Sorry. Yes. Hey,
Are you still setting up?
just talking to you right now. Yeah. So the Wi-Fi from town hall kicked us off, which ended the stream abruptly. I just created a new one right now.
Okay.
How do I best distribute that to everyone that needs to be sent to?
We'll just need the link later on.
Yeah,
No, we need it now.
I've got it.
Can you,
I've got it ready
Teams
for you
it
right
to
now.
me?
I just teamed it to you.
Okay. I'm going to send it to.
I'm so sorry.
It's not on the website yet, so that's the problem.
Okay. Okay. It's now live and ready to go, and we have everything working. So I'm sorry about that.
No, all good, all good. Perfect.
Okay.
We might need you. Do you know how to work projectors?
Pardon?
Do you know how to work projectors?
Not the best. I can give it a shot though.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah. Is that one there? Okay. I'll be there in 1 second. Okay. Evelyn, I'm gonna mail you the new one. I'm sorry it seems this chaotic. It's not. It's too short. It's 1.5 feet. It's okay now. It's stable now. I don't know if that's wrong. I'm gonna look at that in a second to see if I can set Okay, I'll send that to you.
Are you a photographer? Oh, she's gonna come back. Do you have her number or anything? Because we're about to take she is like at that church. Well, she was supposed to be here till 10. Do you have a camera? Yeah? It doesn't need to.
So I'm supposed to be behind you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
The coolest thing is
I'm not sure where that church is. But is that a
Okay, get started.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Sorry about the commotion this morning, but we will finally get started. We're going to start with roll call. I'm going to call each delegation, and I'm going to ask your SC member to. I call the meeting to order at 9:50 a.m. Yeah, so we'll do roll call, and I'll call each delegation. AMS. OUSA. MSU. SGA. TDSA. USC. WUSA. And Laurier.
Present.
OTSU as observers. Beautiful. Okay, and then we're on to move into our initial land acknowledgement. So acknowledging the land is used to express gratitude to Indigenous peoples and groups who reside here, and to honor the Indigenous people who have lived and worked in this land historically and presently. It allows us the opportunity to appreciate the unique role and relationship that each of us has with the land, and provides a gentle reminder of the broad perspectives that expand our understanding to encompass the long-standing, rich history of the land and our privileged role in residing here. To recognize the land as an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those whose territory we reside on, and a way of honoring the Indigenous people who have been living and working in the land from time immemorial. It is important to understand long-standing history that has brought you to reside on the land and to seek to understand your place within that history. Land acknowledgements do not exist in the past tense or historical context because colonialism is a current and ongoing process and we need to build a mindfulness of our present participation. As an organization, we can do much work toward reconciliation and decolonization. With that being said, I would like to acknowledge the land where OUSA's home offices are situated on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Sons of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, which is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. I also would like to acknowledge the land that my home institution is from, Western University, and that is the land of Anishinaabe peoples, which includes the Ojibwe and Chippewa Nation, and the Haudenosaunee, also known as the Iroquois, which includes the Oneida Nation, Nathawak, also known as the Delaware, and the Ottawa peoples, also known as the Métis. As child communities, I'm grateful for the opportunity to live and to travel to many traditional lands, and as we go to policy discussions today, let's keep the spirit of appreciation, respect, and gratitude in mind. We're all here with the same goal to advocate for students and create the best policy that we can do to do so. So now I would like to move to the third item on the agenda, which is the approval of research and policy analyst as secretary. Also, we don't know where we're going. Sorry, what document we're following. It's the agenda on application builder, and you can also find all the documents you need on the issue builder, be that draft policies or other documents. So I'd like to motion the Resolve General Assembly approves OUSA Research and Policy Analyst as Secretary. Can I please give a seconder? Steve Anna from the SGA. Probably. So I assume you all know how to vote, but I'm just going to recap. When we ask for yeses, no's, and abstentions, that's going to be raise your placard. So all those in favor? Thank you. Hands down. All those opposing? Any abstentions? Great, thank you. Our next item is the approval of the speaker. So Matthew is returning to us after 2 years away. He was the Vice President of Education at the Guam Undergraduate Student Association for 2 years from 2018 to 2020, while studying at Waterloo in knowledge integration, political science, and economics. He spent 2 years on the steering committee, including one as Vice President of Finance, and he has since been working on a master's degree in public service at the University of Waterloo and worked for the Federal Department of Agriculture and Agriculture. This is his 9th General Assembly, but his first upfront here. So I'd like to turn it over to him, and I'd like to ask if someone is willing to motion to have him share on the meeting. Mr. Marie Singh from MSU, and can I get a seconder? From Garner from USC, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you, hands down. All those opposing? Anyone abstaining? Thank you.
Merci à tous pour vous être ici. C'est un grand honneur pour moi. Et j'espère que je fais bon travail avec l'organisation ce matin. You guys know that. You do not? Okay. I meant to say something. All right. As mentioned, I've had a long history with OUSA. This is the first time that I've been asked to preside here, so I deeply appreciate it. It's great for me to have my first time in Kingston. Thank you for being patient with me as I just up here. I wish to make some opening remarks before we begin. A meeting is a shared project, and we're gathered here to as I said, a meeting is a shared project. My part of it, a bunch of other things to ensure fairness. Can everyone hear me, by the way? Great. I have the 11th edition of Robert's Rules up here. It's not the current one, but it's the one that I'm familiar with. I'm pretty comfortable with them. That said, I find the rules work best when people aren't trying to use 100% of what they are capable of doing. So I've been informed that the placards in front of you with just about everything they need on the back. I am able to ratchet up the rules if requested or if necessary. Just know before trying to do so that if you it will likely be much slower as I try to verify rulings and make sure that I'm proceeding by code. And know on the second hand that the rules are meant to promote quality by making sure that everyone's voices are heard on even footing, and sometimes rules lawyering can get in the way of that value. So bear that in mind. Some more obscure stuff in there. I can't find that everything that's on that placard is pretty much all. My job is to help you participate. You have some tools available to do this. I won't obviously give an entire tutorial on Robert's rules. One thing I do want to do a quick reminder on are the points. Points of order, which are how I can help you participate if you feel that the rules are not being followed. Points of information, which help you participate if you don't know what the current motion is, or if you feel that you need information on how to run the procedure. And points of personal privilege, the physical environment of this space is preventing you from participating. You use points to interrupt speakers, but you don't have to. So please use them appropriately. If you do have any questions about rules or about how to do something, your SC member or your delegation might be able to help you out. But if they are not able to, then do feel free to raise the point of information and ask me. We will be keeping a speaking list today. I will do the best with names. We had a little kerfuffle with the seating chart, so please bear with us as we try to adjust up here. I will be judging both placards just by eye and making a judgment to get through voting more quickly. If you think that I'm judged, I'm going to ask that you an adjusted approach to it where if I make the ruling and I was judged, just raise a point of order. I will recognize you for your point of order. Then say I would like to abruptly vote. I will look for a seconder, and if we get the seconder, then we will just do a recorded vote then and there. All right. If you have any feedback on how I will have lunch, so you feel free to flow any feedback through this. Your SC member, look for an unsafe environment. I feel had everything in this. So going to the question directly for an author, and you have time left within the speaking time limit, which is 10 minutes. Do feel free to pose that question directly, and I will offer a chance for a direct response from the authors if you so designate. One change for things you might have seen in the past, I know that sometimes there are motions to close the speakers list. Our experiment, we're not doing that and just doing calling the question instead of closing the speakers list. As long as we have a consensus of the room here on that. All right, those are my opening remarks. Are there any questions before we proceed? Great, thank you. All right, we have the agenda not approved, but it's we are moving on with that. All right, even before approving the agenda, we approved the minutes. So I will look for a mover to approve the minutes. And I will pull up the speaking chart.
Elizabeth Long, MSU.
Thank you. Delegate Elizabeth Long of the MSU. And looking for a seconder.
Anthony Coulter, TDSA.
And Delegate Coulter of TDSA. Thank you. I will also do my best to recognize people's names you don't need to call them out. Just shuffling papers. Correct? Oh, sorry. That is much better. All right. The motion is on approval of the General Assembly minutes from October 30th, 2022. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing no corrections to the minutes, all those in favor of approving minutes? All those opposed to the approval of minutes? All those abstaining? Declared motion carried. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of the agenda. Do I have a mover? I have Delegate Lilliette, Trombley, sorry, Delegate Trombley, and Delegate Sharma as a seconder. Is there any discussion on approval of the agenda? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the approval of the agenda? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. And we will, are we good with? Good. All right. We will now move to item 7 on the agenda, reports and presentations, officer reports. Do I have a mover? Again, Delegate Tremblay and Delegates. Is it? Pardon? LePage. All right. I will call on the president to deliver. Would you like to come up here, or?
I can do it for my seat. Thank you. So can we get next slide, please? Welcome to GA, and we're going to try and zoom through our exec reports. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I categorize my updates into 2 categories. One is organizational updates, and the other is admin updates. So organizationally, we finished our censorship campus visits, including Laurier, Master, and Trent. We also finished our RP hiring and easy hiring. Hopefully, we'll have the rest of the year. We hired our new RPA who used all that over the weekend, Ananya, and we got our new ED. And we've also been seeing our space search for home office. If you don't know already, our current home office is in downtown Toronto. There's a little, it's got spas, so we're looking for a new space that is suitable for our functions and also for our home office satisfaction. We've also changed our home office compensation model, which is something our SC has been working very, very hard on. If you have questions on this, please feel free to ask your SC. But there was lots of consultations, there were a lot of consultations to provide our home office staff with fair compensation and much more equitable than it was before, I would say. Something else your SC members have also been asking for is a solid GA rotation cycle. So we've decided who's hosting GA for next year and a couple of years to come. I believe Laurier is hosting next, so keep an eye out for that. So moving on to our advocacy updates, we have a meeting with Deputy Minister of Colleges and Universities, which is probably not featured on day 1. We've also done a lot of consultations with Bill 26 and completed our provincial budget submission recently to the Minister of Finance, as well as the Student Committee on Financial and Economic Affairs. Finally, most recently, we've done a press release for the Ministry of Colleges and Universities Blue Ribbon Panel, which was established recently and publicly announced on the first day of GA. So that is it for my report. I'm not sure if I can take any questions, but otherwise we can move to the next officer's report. Thank you.
Hi folks, I guess I don't get a mic, that's okay. Yeah, so just some updates over here. So we made some changes to our fee collection model. Some changes were made during the student choice initiative, really impacted our finances. So we've taken some steps to undo that, to improve the system cash flows, but also make it a little bit easier for institutions. Oh, hello. To basically determine how much of the fee they need to give by basing it on the previous governing year's full-time equivalencies as opposed to the current one, which for a lot of institutions will
take a while. In January, we voted to adjust the OUSA fee by CPI. Things are obviously getting a lot more expensive. So we'd like to make sure that we're in a good financial position. Also made changes with regards to home offices compensation. Just a little bit of note there that we finance it in the short term without any sort of issues, but we will need to explore increasing the fee over the next little bit, possibly a little bit more than inflation. But we plan on giving enough lead time for student associations to respond to that. Scroll down to the next slide. Sorry, I know it's very early in the morning. It's budget time now, so I am actively working on the budget. Some things to highlight to be mindful of. The author's lease is expiring, so we're trying to figure out what that looks like. Cost of auditing, bookkeeping, insurance, a lot of things have all gone up this year. General inflation is quite high right now. It's also anticipated we might have a new member joining us, which will increase our income a little bit. Interest rates for short-term investments are doing quite well. And also just steering committee is going to be working with our student associations to make sure that the timelines for OUSA fee increase decisions actually align with some internal and university deadlines, because we had a little bit of an issue there. But we will work toward actively resolving that. If you have any questions, feel free to email me at eb.finance@ousa.ca. Cool. Next person.
Thank you. I don't have much to report that the other execs haven't reported yet, but we have two new staff members. Malika's been here before, but now she's in a new role. To her first GA. We're also just continuously revising current operating policies to make sure that they're consistent and accurate and that they represent the interests of OUSA. Just an FYI too, that throughout today, if there's any issues and you don't feel comfortable talking to your SC member, or if you have and you want to bring it a little bit further, feel free to reach out to me, or you can send me an email at bphr@ousa, and I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Okay, just updates from myself. Some of the positions, I'm just gonna make it brief. We had a student advocacy conference in mid-November, went really well. We met with about 31 MPPs, and our priorities were well received, especially the affordability and GPD ones. We have the campaign, the number of non-union hires of the RPA. Our 2022 Ontario undergraduate student survey was completed at the beginning of December, so I hope you filled that out. But we're gonna wait on some weighted data, and then our RPAs will be writing the reports to disseminate that. As Steph alluded to, OTSU passed a successful requirement to join OUSA, so we're very excited and thrilled about that. Nothing is official yet, but hopefully they'll be joining us soon by the next GA. In terms of advocacy and lobbying updates, I think I'm not going to do any of those things, but while that happened, home office space search has also been talked about already as well. In terms of upcoming publications, we have two that will be Shared Perspectives and Habitats. Habitats is our student-authored one, so if you are interested in writing, please let us know. This year's theme is on rural and northern students, so if you are from one of those communities or if you went to school in one of those communities, we would love to hear your perspective. We can talk about for that. And then upcoming as an organization in general, we have our Partners in Higher Education dinner at the beginning of April, so that'll be a really good event for our board and other student leaders to connect and network with other folks in the sector. Bittersweetly, we will be transitioning our steering committee, so we'll be saying goodbye to the ones who are currently on our board, and then welcoming the ones who will be bringing in. So very bittersweet in that sense. And then from that, we will have our summer conferences to help set the direction of the upcoming year for our USC and for the advocacy priorities we want. That is all. If we can go to the next slide.
We'll entertain questions for all of the officers at this time. For a couple seconds more. Seeing no questions, yep. Please.
Okay, so just in terms of, are we good?
I just wanted to congratulate you, Malika, and the whole OUSA home office staff on your great year. I know it's your first one, you really stepped the plate to well done.
Thank you.
That was very nice, thank you. Couldn't have done it without my over, so. Any other questions, I guess, or comments? Okay, just some quick housekeeping admin for plenary. Please be efficient and smart about your time. We have 122 amendments, a lot of amendments to get through for 3 papers, and we have a finite amount of time. We have schools that need to travel farther than others. At some point, you're not keeping your hostage. So please just be very effective about your time. We would like to finish our first paper teaching assessment by lunch, so that's about 2 hours. And then in the afternoon, again, for student access and for the 2 Spirit LGBTQIA plus paper, another 2 hours. So effectively, we want to be out of here and done by 4:30. So please, 2 hours per paper, be mindful of that. On that note, be critical of the points that you're making if you're going to be a part of the speakers list. So just think critically what you're going to say, what you're going to contribute on the floor. Remember that we have 2 identity-based papers, so just be mindful of the space that you're taking up if you want to be a part of these contributions. I'm not saying this to discourage folks from speaking. If you have a point to say and think it will contribute to the conversation, please do so. But we just want to make sure that we're having productive, healthy conversations in an efficient way. So yeah, just be very critical, very mindful about the space and time that you're taking and what you're contributing. And then also, the amendment chart is available on the Nation Builder website. If you submitted an amendment that's on the list, there's probably a reason. Your estimated number has hopefully or has decreased you. But if not, then it's likely because of a grammatical edit that will be taken care of afterwards, copy editing, or similar to other amendments will be combined. Short to list.
The motion has been put to receive the reports. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. We will now move on to motion 8. The motion be resolved to approve the assessment of paper. I will look for movers. I will recognize the motioner Delegate Wook and seconder, presumed seconder, Delegate Gulati. I will now move on our pre-selected order of amendments. I will look for someone to move amendment 1. Yeah. Oh, thank you. We'll presume the movers going forward on this, just to speed things up. Delegate Mo moves, looking for a seconder. Seconder Delegate Bone. Do we have any? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah. So as I highlighted in the thing, the sentence is sort of incorrect because it's not really how rules work. Like they don't have specific teaching assessment styles written there. They're more just like degree expectations. So like that's some undergraduates expected that they have critical thinking skills or like science students should know how to use this procedure. That's sort of what's laid out there. So the sentence doesn't make sense. So.
Should we have further discussion on the motion? Delegate Simon.
Yeah, I agree with this just because this goes back to what the original principle was like before the breakout rooms.
Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Delegate Edward Philip, or, sorry.
I just are we not, so we're not allowed to motion to like exhaust the speakers list?
Not doing that at all. You're not allowed to close the speakers list, so if there are 3 people on the speakers list after you, you cannot move to, you cannot move to close the speakers list to have those 3 people speak. You can call the question and have it instantly dealt with then and there, but we're not closing the speakers list. Is that normal? That is typically how it goes in Robert's rules, but not typically how it goes in OUSA. So it's a bit of an experiment. And maybe after lunch we can reassess, and I will take a poll, we can have receivable votes. People on track. We will see. Yes, delegate, Yuan?
Yes, point of privilege, can we zoom in that screen?
We have a point of privilege. Are we capable of zooming in?
So it's, just like fill the, yeah, that's a lot better.
Thank you for that point of personal privilege. I would also ask delegates, if you have a mic in front of you, please remember to use the mic. I'm adjusting too. If you do not have a microphone in front of you, please raise your hand and we will try to get a hand held over to you. Excellent. Do you have any more discussion on the motion? Seeing no more discussion, I will call a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. Moving on to the second amendment, also moved by Delegate Emo. I will look for a seconder. Delegate Hall. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Hi. Yeah, so the next motion that I have here is just, well, it's explained in the thing, but basically, I think that there should be room for institutional differentiation in terms of how they approach teaching excellence. I think that how you recognize, how you choose to recognize it ought to differ across institutions, just because different institutions will have faculty members in very different places in their life, so different incentives might be needed. So I don't think that there's a need for it to be consistent or necessarily standardized. I also think that giving institutions some flexibility there, would be helpful if an institution's mission is maybe, in the case of Waterloo Co-op, like I can see that like we might look to reward or celebrate experiential learning and teaching more so than another institution might, and I think that's fair. So just amending the language so that it doesn't seem as if we are asking everything to be the same across the board.
Do we have further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. We will move on to motion 3, a motion to strike the principal in the pedagogy method section. The mover is Delegate Shreya. Mention the last name. Delegate Rao of OUSA. Do I have a seconder? Delegate Sharma. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a comment on hybrid learning environments and that option being available for accessibility purposes. I feel like one thing I have to say is what we define hybrid learning as. There is also a lot of problems with having a hybrid learning environment when it comes to a professor teaching the course in person versus online, splitting their time that way adds their work to that particular professor. So I just wanted to highlight that and kind of define what we say hybrid learning is, and then how we delegate the work.
We have Delegate Emo on the speakers list.
Hi. I just also wanted to add for people's purposes that like mentions about the increased accessibility that was afforded in some cases in hybrid learning during COVID is covered in the Responding to COVID-19 paper as well as the tech-enabled learning paper. And I feel like those did a little bit better job at being more nuanced, because obviously things being online or hybrid were not accessible for everyone. My other sort of concern with this being here is, like, in my experience, hybrid learning environments have resulted in instructors being very unprepared or distracted, trying to do both at the same time. But I feel like these things are all mentioned and sort of covered a little bit better in the other paper, so I support removing this.
Delegate Umani?
Yeah, so what, to answer the previous question, what hybrid learning is referring to is both an online and in-person component should be added to the classroom. That's kind of what we mean by hybrid, just because during our consultations, we found that if learning is exclusively in person or exclusively online, there is very much barriers to people in the classroom. For example, if someone in the classroom was sick, for example, and you miss a class, there's no way for you to make up for that class. It also corresponds to, I believe, the concern about short-term absences as well. So that's what that is referring to. So I would be against striking the principal.
Sorry, can I get your name, last name? Bird? Delegate Bird?
Yeah, I have to agree to go against this amendment as well as I was mentioning during consultations, students who had financial issues, it became a financial barrier of having to attend every single classroom and often be penalized with participation in attendance marks, not attending. During consultation, we spoke to students who had to choose between getting participation marks and working a job to be able to afford tuition in the first place. So having no hybrid learning models or not being included in this paper in particular would continue this barrier.
Delegate Schwartz is on the speakers list.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the key part about this amendment to strike is that third piece about nuance, and that it's captured that nuance in those other papers. Hybrid learning is a great option in some capacities to increase accessibility, but saying that this should be the principle across the board about how to facilitate that is prohibitive to other modalities, other things being tried, extracted by universities, as per what makes most sense in that program in that context. And just as there are universities that innovate in different ways with delivering their content, like online only delivery, we need to allow that flexibility. So I think that really the key problem with this here is how inflexible and how it sort of makes this hard to move across the board. And if you move forward striking, allow the nuance that exists in other papers to stand.
Delegate Sue is on the speakers list.
Just wanted to add also that some of the barriers referenced by our good delegates that MS might have, I don't see other not necessarily satisfied by purely online options as well. Just with regards to this specific example as well.
Delegate Elizabeth Wong.
I'd like to call the question.
We have a seconder the motion to call the question is made by Delegate Wong. We have a seconder from Delegate Tremblay. There is no debate on this motion. All those in favor of calling the question? Just for those aware, calling the question ends debates. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is called, or the question is called. All those in favor of Amendment 3, please raise your placards. All those opposed to motion 3, please raise your placards. All those abstaining. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is rejected. Moving on to Amendment 4, method instruction offered by Delegate E. Mo of OUSA. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Sharma. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Sorry, hi. Yes, I just added some principles and concerns to sort of flesh out a little bit more why we should be worried about assessment styles not meaningfully, assessing deep learning. So yeah, that's the goal of the principal concern. I think that the recommendations are sufficient to map over to these inserts, because the major point of them is just to point out that it's in our best interest when pedagogies and assessment styles are done well enough to actually lead to the learning outcomes that people have articulated and have decided that students ought to have.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Delegates? All. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Just a point of information, would you be able to describe what OUSA is?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, OUSA is a framework that's used in Ontario. It's basically for every undergraduate degree, the university is required to articulate sort of what the learning outcomes of the student graduating from that program should have. So it's basically a tool to get people designing the curricula to think critically about what should be part of students' degrees, how to make sure that the classes and whatnot align with that. It's a really important framework and tool. So yeah.
For the future, points of information for questions to me. If you would like to ask questions to an author or to a mover, just designate that and I will deal with time. Points of information, they work so differently in different organizations. It's just the way that I sort of do it. Delegate Trombley.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. Is there a recommendation that is aligned to these principles and concerns?
Better questions for the mover.
Yeah, I'd say any recommendation that encourages better assessment styles or a change in pedagogical approach is a recommendation that maps over to these principles and concerns.
Do we have any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. Moving on to Amendment 5, offered by Delegate Berger of OUSA. Do I see a second? Delegate Fossey? Or, no, sorry. Insa? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I just believe that the writing could be altered a little bit to make sense in the context and to better meet these students' concerns. So for those that can't read, just changing the learning to meaningful learning, and changing the phrase from students' academic community to students' academic experience.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Delegate Hall?
I'm in support of this motion. I think the changing of the language from deep to meaningful better encapsulates what the concern was trying to say in the first place.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. Moving on to Amendment 6, also offered by Delegate Berger. Do we see a seconder? Delegate Hall, would you like to speak to the motion?
I just think the example given such as active learning is required in this example, and I don't believe it is a well-recognized term to be used.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 6? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. We move on to motion 7, a motion to strike a recommendation offered by I'm sorry, the paper just says catering done. Delegate Dom. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Wong.
Sorry for not catching it during breakout rooms. I'm pretty sure that the thing that is suggested already exists unless somebody wants to correct me on some nuance.
there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. For reference, anyone on the floor can refer to me as Matthew. Mr. Garrett's Mr. Chair. If you really want to be formal, your worship is chair title for a mayor in Ontario. I am not a mayor in Ontario. Moving on to Amendment 8, to amend the recommendation in the pedagogy and instruction section, offered by Delegate Don of OUSA. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Tremblay, who would like to speak?
Yeah, I just added a word for charity, that's all.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor? All opposed? Microphone's time out. All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried, and we move on to motion 9, offered by Delegate Tremblay, I believe. Delegate Sharma as a second. Would the mover like to speak?
Thank you. Yeah, we just found that saying that placing excellence on engagement levels was unclear and isn't super reflective, especially for remote learning courses, because you can't really base it on engagement levels. Like it would be really hard to figure out how to do that. So we just wanted to say create a framework that assesses the remote teaching quality and stuff.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. Moving on to Amendment 10, offered by Delegate Naber. Do I see a second? Delegate Tremblay. Would the mover like to speak?
Yeah, so basically, adding the word training, I think, allows it to better line up with Principle 1. That kind of, discuss training a little bit. And providing training is a proactive way to prepare undergraduate teaching assistants for anything you might encounter, rather than having to deal with it after.
Delegate Hall.
I'm also in support of this motion. I think that better preparing undergraduate TAs by giving them the same training as graduate TAs, in addition to preparing them for the classroom, it also puts the students who are in their classes at a disadvantage if their TA weren't to have received the same training, so it would level the playing field in post-secondary studies.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. Moving on to motion for Amendment 11, offered by Delegate Nova. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Wong. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I just want to highlight changing it from are not always to are often not, are not always sounds like the exception, where I think a lot of us feel and been seeing that it's pretty common. So just shifting it to are often not, kind of changing that emphasis.
Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? All those abstaining? I think you guys have it, and the motion is carried. Moving on to Amendment 12, offered by Delegate Hall. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Hijazi. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
So I just changed a couple of words for the current concern. I don't think clearly defined is the right terminology to be used. So, sorry, I'm getting myself here. I don't think enforce is the right terminology to use in this situation, so add clearly defined would make it more consistent with Rec 2, to kind of tie the PCR set together, as well as recognizing that the lack of information available on clearly defining undergraduate TA roles and responsibilities puts those students in a vulnerable position where they may feel they need to complete work that isn't within their job description and they're not getting compensated for that. So just clarifying that and the concern, I think, would strengthen it.
And now with Sharma on the speakers list.
Just a quick question, if this amendment passes, will it contain the word are often not, or will it contain the word are not always?
I believe that is a question for the mover, or you're asking the chair?
Because we just changed it's the same, concern that we made on amendment before.
The delegate is highlighting that this is a previously amended, earlier set of amendments, so a subsequent amendment might read poorly. I would ask if there is a home office member who might be able to read the motion as amended aloud.
Hello. Okay, so with Denver's amendment, it would read the roles and responsibilities of undergraduate teaching assistant staff are often not clearly defined and or enforced, leaving undergraduate teaching assistants vulnerable to taking on a larger workload than they are being compensated for, and the 4 would be the amendment 12.
Delegate Sharma, to proceed in your remaining time.
I just want to clarify, is this new amendment gonna use the word not, often not, or always? Because trying to figure out what the actual wording will be if this amendment passes.
May I give your time to Delegate Paul?
I would be in support of changing the current wording I have to are often not, just so that it's consistent, if that's a friendly amendment for everybody.
I think we're probably just going to do an amendment to the amendments just to be safe. I will take Delegates Hall and Sharma as the movers for the amendment to the amendments. This amendment to the amendment should read, I believe, to amend the amendment. Do either of you have a suggested language for the amendments? Okay,
So if we're using the term are often not, it would read the roles and responsibilities of an undergraduate teaching assistant are often not clearly defined and or enforced, leaving undergraduate teaching assistants vulnerable to taking on a larger workload than they are being compensated for.
We might have to read that again for the benefits. Just so it can be typed in.
So the roles and responsibilities of an undergraduate teaching assistant are often not clearly defined and or enforced, leaving undergraduate teaching assistants vulnerable to taking on a larger workload than they are being compensated for.
Good. Okay, the amendment to the amendment has been put. Is there any debate on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion carried. The amendment is amended. We will move back to the first order amendments. The speaking list is open. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? All those abstaining? And the motion is carried. Moving on to Amendment 13, offered by, motioned by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Della Vedova. Would the mover like to speak? I don't know which one of you is the mover.
Yeah, thank you. So this is to merge somewhat and then limit the scope a little bit of these two recommendations. The first piece is that I think it's unclear and not obvious how additional funding from the federal government is going to motivate providing what are employment standards and other rights that are guaranteed by law. If that's not already being provided, I think that's a more constitutional facing issue, an issue for student associations that have to work on a local basis. Additionally, developing standards around the roles and responsibilities of undergraduate teaching assistants, I think, can have a lot of unintended consequences. If these standards are developed centrally, depending on what they look like, they can be unnecessary, limiting on the ability of institutions to innovate and create new opportunities for undergraduates, and that might limit the ability for new things to come through that are of benefit to undergraduates. So I'd like to see us collapse this a little bit into a slightly narrower scope and remove the expectation or the intention to develop standards province-wide and allow that again to be an issue for student associations to work on an individual basis if there are concerns on the individual campuses.
Delegate, look, sorry, if I mispronounce any of your names, please do correct me as soon as you speak. I'd like to group it for the future, and I will take down your names with this list.
Thank you. I'd like to say yes to amendment number 13. I prefer if we keep the two recommendations separate, the reason that I don't think to take steps to ensure specific, I think it's very vague. I prefer to ask for funding specifically for training as one recommendation, and second distinct recommendation asking for defined roles and responsibilities. I'm kind of concerned about the roles and responsibilities we becoming too narrow, if government gets involved in sentiment with this section of undergraduate teaching assistants. A lot of it is that roles and responsibilities of UTAs are not clearly defined, and the relationship with their supervisor can be exploited. So that is the reason for the two recommendations being kept separate. And yeah, thank you.
I have on the speakers list Delegate Singh of MSU.
Hello everyone. I also want to voice my opposition to the proposed amendments. I feel that while there are basically the changes that are being proposed will make the original two items to the list, as there's already an obligation for the original government to ensure items such as employment security are kept to. Additionally, I feel that even though there's a sort of isomorphism, I don't think it's valid because there's still scope for TA roles may be unique and actually serve the needs of various student demographics. I think these changes will actually remove the ability for further supports to be given over the last several decades. There's more and more the teaching obligations passed from professors and teaching staff to teaching assistants that's prevented the quality of education from progressing as much as it could. And as a result, I think more funding is worthwhile to invest. And of course, we would hope USA's advocacy that when that funding is being requested, it will be done with student perspectives in mind. So I'm certain that if it does come forward, it can get it in a way that would be keeping the student interests. And I think it's important that we do advocate for both items as distinct pieces. As a result, I will also be putting in opposition to the proposed amendment.
Thank you. I recognize Delegate Bella Nova.
Hello, awesome. I think also, I just like to highlight this one, the amended wording, I think fits better in the PCR set. The concerns don't necessarily tie these two as directly, and that's something that I had tried to work through to find something that directly addresses the concerns in the PCR set and principles. So I just want to say that I think this wording is significantly more in line with those.
I recognize Delegate Trombley.
Can I call the question?
The question's been called, seconded by Delegate Singh. This is not debatable. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the question is called. Moving to the main motion, moving to the vote on the amendment. This is Amendment 13. All those in favor of the amendment. All those opposed to the amendment. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is rejected. Moving on to Amendment 14, offered by Delegate Popovich. Is there a second for the motion? Delegate Singh, would the mover like to speak to the motion? We'll just pause for a moment until the microphone gets sorted out.
Is it working?
I believe it is working.
Thank you. So for this one, we're attempting to represent a group of overworked individuals based on concerns, and by simply requesting, and I quote to the policy paper, to develop standards that clearly define roles and responsibilities. We're leaving the request open for interpretation. It appears that we're asking for a job description, and this can be interpreted by some individuals as the minimums of the job, when in actuality we're seeking a maximum. I believe that the statement should be amended to include the word limitations
so that our intentions are clear. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? Delegate Sharma.
I just want to point out this as a really institutional facing recommendation because every university has different definition of TAs. At Waterloo, we have co-ops, which are called construction support assistants, which do part of the TA job, part of some other parts of working with professors, and that's a full-time job. So now are we asking provinces to write job descriptions for those kind of roles also?
And we have on speakers list, is it Han? Delegate Han? Or?
Yes.
And
So just on that note as well, with the limitations of undergraduate teaching assistants as well, we are also considering that not all teaching assistants at each student association and university the same policies, as some are unionized and some are not. With that being said, how can that be provincially motivated is a question, as well as just where this institutional facing question could also be placed within the PCR.
that is not a direct question, that's just an open. Excellent. Cool. Delegate Singh.
Thank you. I think the intent behind this is not so much to ensure that there's provincial standards that create a level of uniformity, but instead to ensure that there's protections for teaching assistants. Essentially so that some teaching assistants are not forced to be in situations where they're overworked or they are in a situation with vague expectation that can be exploited. This is not to say that there cannot be institution-specific situations or institution-specific measures that allow for unique TA work environments that can actually appropriately serve their specific student demographics, just to ensure that TAs and therefore students who are working as TAs are protected.
Delegate Schwartz on the speakers list.
We're talking a lot about limitations and other guidelines or rules or standards around the employment of TAs. The Employment Standards Act continues to exist, and our opinion here seems to be that those rights are not being recognized and not being followed. I question, a lot of the intent of these different things and what they can achieve if we're already in an environment where these legal requirements are not being met, and whether this kind of action federal government rather than institution-based work by student associations is more appropriate, particularly around the idea of limitations that are enshrined in state law.
Delegate Bassi. We have a motion to call the question, seconded by Delegate Singh. This is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed to calling the question? All those abstaining? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the question is called. We are moving to the main vote on Amendment 14. All those in favor of Amendment 14? All those opposed? All those abstaining? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Moving on to motion or Amendment 15, offered by Delegate Dong of OUSA. Is there a seconder? Delegate Wong. Would we like to speak to the motion?
No.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion?
Seeing that right now student evaluations of teaching at many schools are the only way that professors are being evaluated, which is creating one that filled with biases, which sometimes it can be. It's creating professors to be put at a disadvantage. What the amendment tries to prioritize student evaluations of teaching, and that they are listened to and balanced. That is actually in another amendment showing that they should be heard. What the initial principle is trying to address is that student evaluations of teaching should be addressed in the assessment of professors, but there should also be other assessments as well. And that's included in the body, and that's including peer evaluations, which is by other professors, and from audits of the professors.
Delegate Dong?
I'm just gonna.
We prefer that you use the microphone.
I think that I misunderstood the intention of the original principle. I'm not sure that it was super clearly written. Would you be amenable to student evaluation and teaching must, if I came back with wording like 2 motions down that was closer to your thing, but was clearer, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, definitely love to hear that.
Sorry, is that a motion to postpone this for a couple of things?
Yeah, can I postpone it to like under motion 18?
Delegate Don moves that we reconsider, we amend the agenda to place amendment 16 under amendment 18.
Can we do under 20 instead? I realize that I'm.
Under 20, seconded by Delegate Sharma. Sorry, this is debatable. So is there any discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? Delegate, pardon? What page?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to amend the agenda to allow for motion to present.
Delegate, yeah?
Okay, sorry, there were a lot of numbers. Could you just repeat what's happening?
Yes, of course. There is some confusion, there was a miscommunication regarding the principal and the person who moved it, and somebody who disagreed with the amendment have decided that they want to try and wordsmith something. So we are moving the amendment below amendment 20 so that they have some time to reconsider and bring back some language for the assembly. Delegate Singh.
Is that going to be part of the 20 or 21?
It will be 21.
Okay.
It will still be 16, but we are delaying it. The numbering scheme will remain consistent. I will say 16 when we return to it. All right. Is there any more discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? So it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of amending the agenda? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The agenda is amended. Moving on to amendment 17, offered by Delegate Ahad of OUSA. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Hall. Would you like to speak to it, Delegate Ahad?
Yeah, I just added that opportunities to complete values of teaching should also be equitable in addition to being accessible to the student body.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I mean, the ayes have it, the motion is adopted. Moving on to amendment 18, offered by Delegate Young of OUSA. Is there a seconder? Delegate Wong. Would who would like to speak to the motion?
I would actually this time. I think that what I was going for here was just that it is a principle that was a little more strongly with the PTI set. The original felt a little bit strange to me because it was asserting that at some point in the future, student evaluations would be fully fair and comprehensive, which would lead one to then assume that they're the only evaluation that would need to occur, which is then in contradiction with the idea that it should be balanced with other methods of evaluation. So I'm just amending it to read that all evaluations taken together into their full final form should be fair and comprehensive. And I think that it still makes sense for the rest of the PCR set and probably allows a lot of the other things to flow a little bit more smoothly.
Would any other delegate like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Majority ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We move on to amendment 19, offered by Delegate Emo of OUSA. Is there a second? Delegate Sharma. Who would like to speak to the motion?
Sorry, hi. Yeah, so I basically rephrased the concern because it felt like it was very much coming from the standpoint of the faculty specifically.
something, I guess, like, I'm trying to make this a lot more student-centered in a way where I understand, like, that there's a responsibility on us to be worried about bias, prejudice, and stereotypes, but I have seen specifically in Waterloo and I think some other universities too on the news, that faculty associations have a tendency to use this as justification for why there shouldn't be student teaching assessments. So by reframing the language a little bit and talking about how there's ways of mitigating that bias, I think that sets us up in a better place to not accidentally contribute to the growing sort of arguments and calls to get rid of student feedback and teaching evals, just because I think that would be a very bad thing to happen. Yeah.
Delegate Burke.
I have to agree with disagree with this amendment. I think I'm going to address a few of the concerns. I think that the change to the amendment would not be strong enough. I think it's clear and it's not leaning too much on the faculty side to say that there are biases in the evaluations. Against that, it's not being student-centric. I think teaching staff, especially teaching staff that could be evaluated, could be students too. If you look at TAs, so it does affect them, and if there's biases against teaching staff, including TAs, it would affect TAs. Another point that was made was that, or in the second amendment, that evaluations, these calls against biases are used to scrap evaluations. There's another concern, principle, recommendation to ensure that evaluations are not scrapped and they are maintained. And there is no call we do not want to scrap evaluations. We want to address that at the moment they do cause harm against faculty, and they should be changed so students can still have a voice without causing harm against faculty.
Is there anyone else who wishes? Delegate Emo is recognized for your second speaking turn.
I appreciate the clarification, but I think my point still stands. Again, I think this one focuses a little bit more on how, there's a body of knowledge out there on how to address bias and prejudice. Like there's best practices that exist, but to me it seems as if they're being underutilized, and I think it's important to point out that there is a solution to the problem. We just haven't. I also think like it's important to lay out like as a concern that there have been calls to action to get rid of student teaching assessments. I think that's like in and of itself a concern that I don't see reflected in here, and it's a very large thing on my campus at least. There's just a big pushback for this reason and misuse of, I guess, the idea that like bias exists being justification for not letting students have the ability and to provide feedback. I think it's sort of ridiculous. And I want to make sure that we talk about this problem in the PCR setting.
Delegate Hall is on speaker's list.
I'm in favor of this amendment. I think that this will recognize that there are systems in place to mitigate the amount of biases present. Are underutilized is important to know in the first place, and I also think that it is important to note that calls to get rid of teaching assessments are something that's occurring currently, and that would affect the ability of students to voice the concerns that they're having with their teaching instructors.
Delegate Dong withdraws from the speaker's list. Delegate Burke is recognized.
Yeah, I'd just like to bring to the attention to Conservative 1, which mentions students' evaluations of teachings are not always considered in the institution's evaluations process of teaching staff, as well in the body text, and if not added yet, it will mention the calls happening at TMU right now, or the calls that did happen where they did remove student evaluations of teaching. So I do think that this PCR set at the moment does address that. It is going to address that more with the current PCR in the body text. And I think right now, just removing the concern against biases against faculty harms the validity of this entire PCR set. Because I think it's also important that we are aware of the issues with PCR sets, but then we also have solutions.
Delegate Bassi is on the speaking list. There's a motion to call the question. Is there a seconder? Delegate Elizabeth Wong of MSU. All those in favor, this is not a big motion, all those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed to calling the question? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the question is called. We move on to voting on Amendment 19. All those in favor of Amendment 19? All those opposed to Amendment 19? In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is rejected. Moving on to Amendment 20, offered by Delegate Emo. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Tremblay. Would the mover like to speak to the motion? Delegate Emo, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, so essentially this comes from a similar place, where, like, in what I know about teaching assessments, sorry, a little frazzled right now. I think what I've written better embodies the spirit of the concern, because the way that concern was originally written, read as if the predominant form of evaluating teaching was evaluations. But given that there's an active threat to get rid of student teaching evaluations, I have a more sort of general motion that speaks to the fact that broader practices are good and beneficial, and the way that students assess teaching and what they identify will be different than staff's ability. So I feel like that still provides an impetus to have a recommendation for there to be a broader sort of set, but it's building that argument more so on the basis of, best practices, the good way to do teaching evaluation is, from having, an individual's peers assess them, but also the people that they're trying to teach. So yeah.
Delegate Burke?
Yeah, I don't think the new amendment I'm speaking against this amendment. I don't think the new amendment concern really addresses it. I think it kind of makes it a little wordy and hard to read. I think the initial amendment is pretty clear, in the fact that teaching staff instructors, which again can be TAs, which students don't currently have feedback mechanisms, and I think they should. So I think that's pretty clear in the initial concern.
Delegate Tremblay?
I think I'll actually vote for this amendment. Reading that way, it does kind of seem like we're saying that student evaluations have a lot of power, and that we want to have other ways of giving feedback other than those things. I kind of understand both sides because it makes sense, but I think that the amended concern is better.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? I'm going to call for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. See 20 in favor, all those opposed? see 25 no's. I was counting the number of placards in error, so if you had a proxy and did not raise it, I think I'm going to take initiative to run this vote again. It was 28 to 25. If you'd like to double check my numbers, all those in favor? All those opposed? By a vote of 31 to 25, the amendment carries. We now. Yes, Delegate Han.
I'd like to call a point of information. Are we also counting abstaining votes in that system as well?
Abstaining votes are not counted towards, sorry.
For abstaining of that last vote?
It's just whatever number is greater. We don't follow you don't need a majority of the votes present, you need a majority of those voting yes or no.
Okay, thank you.
Very good question. Delegate Trompa.
Thanks. Can I just do a quick point of privilege?
Yes.
I just want to remind everyone, I think this is going really great, but I just want to remind everyone that, like, if you're going to speak to your friends or something like that while motions are happening, like, try to keep it very friendly, but that if you're, like, talking to your friend while someone's making a point and you're being very, like, clearly opposed to, like, making fun of them, it can make people feel like they're to speak, and this is a very neutral environment. We want everyone to voice their opinions. A reminder to everyone to, like, try to be friendly, even if you're not, like, on the mic yelling at the other person.
And the delegate, it's not entirely a point of personal privilege, but I will. That is well taken nonetheless, and cross-matter can be distracting as well. Before moving on, because we were going to 16, I do see two people seeking to be recognized. Delegate Ema.
So I'm not really sure if it's a similar thing that Anna was trying to do, so I was wondering if I could.
If there is something that is obstructing your participation, please direct it to me and I will see if I can remedy it.
Okay. I am getting the sense that we are being a little bit trigger happy with the calling the question, in ways that I think has, we were coming to consensus on various things, and it just was very abrupt. It doesn't matter now, but I was originally going to amend in an earlier motion that that it wasn't replacing, but it was just adding my thing, which I think would have been a little bit more of a better solution. It's done now, and that's fine, but I'm just letting people know that sometimes when you hold the question a little bit too early, it can actually stunt conversation. So be mindful of that. I know it's fun to call the question, but.
Thank you, Delegate. Also not a point of personal privilege. If you do have commentary on other delegations or other people's behavior, something that I've seen work in the past is collaboration through your separate steering committee members and just sending it there. Of course, I can't endorse what was said really by Delegate Nemo, because you do have the right to call the question, or negatively. Delegate Sharma, you have certainly
Point of privilege here. I think there are a lot of delegates who, for the first time, they are in a phase where they use Robert rules, and calling the question sometimes makes those new delegates afraid when it's their turn to speak, because they feel like people are not willing to listen to them, and that does hinder their ability to
and this is getting into discussing how people should use the rules. It's not the point of privilege. It is a good point, but in the future, if you do have concerns around the way that people are using certain parts of Robert's rules, I would encourage you to just speak to it in speaking term in a motion and in an amendment as opposed to raising it as a point of privilege. Yes, delegates. Coulter?
Point of information, we're moving back to amendment 16 now.
Yes, we will be.
Okay.
All right. Seeing that there are no more placards raised, we will be returning to amendment 16. This has already been moved and seconded by delegates Dong and Wong. Delegates Berg and Dong have both spoken once. I am assuming that one of you is going to move an amendment to the amendments. That's what was the intent, but of course the speakers list is open. I recognize Delegate Dong.
I have an amendment to the amendment. It reads, so instead of what is currently there, it reads, student evaluations and additional evaluations of teaching must be taken together for an assessment of teaching quality to be balanced and comprehensive.
Would you mind giving your laptop to the secretary?
Yeah, I wasn't sure you could send it to me.
I'm just going to hold off delegating until the motion is up there so that people can address it, but you'll be the first on the speaking list. There was a previous question from the floor that I'll address while we're getting that up there. Currently, there are 61 voting delegates, including proxies, which would mean that the majority, a majority vote would require 31 votes, and I'm not that good with quick maths, so I don't know what the 2/3 majority is. If somebody wants to tell me that.
40 plus 1.
41. 41. Thank you. We have the motion up there. We do. Thank you very much for offering it. We are now on an amendment. The amendment motioned by Member Don. Is there a seconder? Delegate Wong. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
I believe that the motion was also amenable to Delegate.
Delegate Singh.
So this is point of privilege. Could we zoom in even more on the screen so the comments on the slide are visible, just so we can actually see the text?
We will be September.
Thank you so much.
Someone had a placard up. Delegate Hall.
Also, point of privilege, can we highlight what principle we're talking about right now?
There is a quick editorial change possibly. Delegate Dong. That one, the chair will just take as friendly because we can't go through amendment C. There is no opposition. That's supposed to be friendly amendments under Robert's rules, but I don't see it. Delegate Hall.
Also, point of privilege, can someone read out the principle because I still can't see it?
Thank you.
So the amendment to the amendment reads, student evaluations and additional evaluations of teaching must be taken together for an assessment of teaching quality to be balanced and comprehensive.
And this is replacing the previous principle, student evaluations of teaching should be assessments of teaching staff's abilities. There's a first level amendment that you can see there in green in the principle. What you were voting on is the highlighted text. That is the amendment to the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. We return to the amendment 16. The speaking list is open. Seeing no further debates, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of amendment 16 as amended? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The majority of the ayes have it, and the motion is carried. We move to amendment 21. We're back to 16, or to 21.
This motion is offered by Delegate Ahad. Do we have a seconder? Delegates, Natter? With the vote.
Yeah, so I think these, it says student evaluations of course structure instructions are not available to the students prior to course registration. I think those are important distinctions that should be mentioned in the concern, for the concern event. Because prior to registration, I think these aspects are one of the most basic reasons why people do end up leaving the course after as well.
Delegate Sharma is on the speaking list. Sorry, for the microphone to turn on or for you to?
So I'm going to speak against this motion. The reason being, there are a lot of times the way the course is being taught might change, the assessment method might change. So as a person, I'd rather go into a course blindly than go with wrong information. So if students have access to information like this is how the course was taught in the past, with like maybe it was all MCQ, the short answers, but this time it's all going to be essay type questions or assessments. I think having that wrong information can be more harmful than just walking into the course blindly.
Delegate Berger is recognized from the speaking list.
Thank you. While I recognize the point that was just made, I do believe that, as the original speaker did mention, the course structure has a strong impact on whether students are willing to take the course or not. Having potential false information is better than having no information at all. And I think as students, we can recommend that there are ways that information, the instruction or course structure can change based on positive or negative reviews. And that should be taken into account when we're registering courses, regardless of whether or not the information is valid.
My apologies, Delegate. Delegate Sue, were you raising your placard for a speaking turn? Delegate Burke.
Yeah, I wrote this section. I would have to disagree with the amendments just because I think student evaluations of teachings encompass all of that. We can be more specific in the body, but I don't think we should be specific in the principal concern or recommendation. We'll give it to the provincial government, but if we're also too specific on the parts we want, maybe left out. So, thanks.
Delegate Hall is on the speaking list.
I'm in favor of this amendment. I do think that being specific in this case is valid just because it's more clear what we're asking for in the concern.
Delegate Ahad for a second speaking turn.
Yeah, I would just like to add, because we're talking specifically prior to course registration, I think it makes sense to have those distinctions in that concern because course structure does impact a lot of students' idea of what they would be expecting in the course, and to know how the course has been taken in the past will allow more understanding coming forward into it, even if some things have changed going into the future.
Delegate Delegate
No problem. I wondered if it makes more sense for this concern actually to exist in another section of this paper. So I just threw that to the author, essentially to comment on. Because I think it's pretty valuable, but I see it maybe being more relevant somewhere else.
The delegate yields time to the mover of the motion or to an author? To an author.
Sorry, could you repeat what was asked?
Is there another section that you potentially see this making more sense and to be better in? Is my question.
I would have to say this part is to make student evaluation and teaching transparent by promoting them before the courses begin. So I think keeping them in student evaluations, there is something must be asked.
Delegate Donner, are you seeking recognition? Yeah, raise your placard if you wish to raise a placard. We don't have anyone else on the speaking list, to my knowledge, so you'll have to go now or we're going to vote.
Is the original text saying that student evaluations that should be made public prior to course registration, or is it saying that the results of and data of previous student evaluations are being made available, or that the existence of the student evaluations for that term should be advertised before course registration?
That is a question on point of information.
Numeric value, and it's basically showing past student evaluations of the professor of the course, just to give students a more transparent view of the courses going forward. So yield my time at hand, we can give a better depiction of how it will be done.
We'll continue to make other comments. Who is that? Who is that directed to? And, or delegate, Layton?
To go over the distribution of the student evaluation.
Absolutely, I apologize, okay. So we have talked about during our breakout rooms of how Western currently publishes the data of student evaluations. So at the end of the course, each student is asked to rank their instructor on a scale of 1 to 7 on a variety of different factors. So it would say like organization, and then you would rank 1 to 7, how knowledgeable is your prof, 1 to 7, and then there's also the option to do like written comments at the end of your evaluation, but that data doesn't get published publicly, the comments. So for example, let's say I'm in a course with 100 other people, it would indicate how many people filled out the evaluation of teaching, as well as how everyone voted on specific, or how everyone responded on specific categories. So specifically, for example, with organization, it could say 70 people ranked this prof a score of 5 out of 7, 29 ranked a score of 6 out of 7, and 1 person ranked a score of 1 out of 7. And with that, you can, when seeing the distribution, you usually mitigate that risk of like personal bias, prejudice against the instructor. If anyone has any questions about that, I can.
Delegate Don, yes, you can continue with your time.
Great. Yes, I was just confused, I think, because Delegate Berg, when speaking, there's some ambiguity as to whether you're talking about data from past student evaluations or whether the current student evaluation is being made available. I have no opinion on the amendment. I just wanted to make sure we all knew that we were talking about the same thing.
Delegate Delavadova is recognized.
I would bring it up to Delegate Ahad or the motioner if they're interested in essentially amending this to say student evaluations of teaching, course structure, and instruction. And kind of just solve all of this, I think.
Yeah, I think I would agree to that, we could do that.
So that is a subsidiary motion that's being made. Is that a second, Delegate Don? We will take you down from the main speakers list, but we're not, we can't take that point on right now. You're offering a amendment to the amendments, Delegate Delavadova? Okay. Would you like to word the motion for the secretary? Delegate Trombley, did you want to be taken down from the main speaking list, or were you seconding the motion? On the preference of the secretary.
Prior student evaluations of prior student evaluations of teaching, course structure, and instruction, and then the rest continues as normal.
Prior student evaluations or just prior evaluations?
Whatever makes grammatical sense.
I believe either is acceptable grammatically. And we need to unstrike through one of those teaching, I think, unless. Oh no.
Oh, this is a process. It's
You're just pausing until this is up on the screen. The amendment to the amendment is placed as follows: to insert the word, or to amend the amendment to amend the concern to read it whole. Prior student evaluations of teaching, course structure, and instruction are not made available to students prior to course registration, moved by Delegate Della Vedova, seconded by Member Tremblay. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Delegate Berger.
Sorry, I actually went home.
Delegate Berger across. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, I call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment to the amendment? And all those abstaining? In the opinion of the chair, and the amendment to the amendment is adopted, we now take up discussion on the amended amendment 21 as is visible on screen, which would amend from student evaluations of teaching are not made available to students prior to registration. Prior student evaluations of teaching, course structure, and instruction are not made available to students prior to course registration. We're using the added to speakers list over. We return to the main speakers list. The first speaker being Delegate Singh. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I want to speak against the supporting amendment. I feel that the scope of it is much more institutional in nature and I don't think that it has value yet original. As a result, I would like to be opposed.
We now move to Delegate Don.
I just wanted to add the word pride.
Delegate Berger.
My concern is still sit.
Delegate Della Vedova, you have extended your speaking turns. Delegate Sharma. Delegate Sharma yields speaking time. To Delegate Della Vedova.
I just want to raise, I think sometimes our concerns can be somewhat institutional if we're mandating, the government in our backs to be making changes having the provincial government mandate to the institutions, which I believe, I might be remembering incorrectly, but I think that's how this is set up. So that was the idea behind that. It's a concern that is institutional facing, as most of these are, but we are taking action through the provincial government.
Delegate Ahad, you have extended your speaking turn. We'll add you to the speaking list. Delegate Emo first.
I would just like to second Delegate Don earlier. I would kind of motion to remove prior from the statement and then the rest.
Delegate, sorry. Is there anyone else who wishes to be added to the speakers list? Okay. We have exhausted the speakers list. Delegate Emo, yes? For a second speaking turn.
Wait, did I already speak on that?
Did you not? Sorry, you may have your speaking turn. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, I err more so on the side of the author, where I prefer things to be a little bit more general. Simultaneously, though, I think the prior makes things a little bit clearer. And so just to clarify here, we did an amendment to the amendment, and that's where the prior came from, correct?
That is what you were currently voting on prior. What you were currently voting on is to change it from student evaluations of teaching are not made available to students prior to course registration to prior student evaluations of teaching, course structure, and instruction are not made available to students prior to course registration. I believe.
Okay. I guess, let me know if there's any things in the toolbox to accomplish what I'm suggesting here, but it seems to me that, like, regardless of if the word gets added, like, it almost feels as if the conversation about prior ought to be its own conversation, because, like, I think, like, I'm in favor of adding prior, but I'm not in favor of adding the other stuff. So if this were to pass, a prior got added, and then I were to vote on the other thing, then the prior would disappear.
Your resolution would be to move an amendment to the amendment. Would you like to continue with your speaking term, or are you completely?
So I'm not sure how that would work.
I would imagine that if you're asking,
I guess, like, I would, like,
are you asking to reverse the addition of the specific teaching course structure and instruction language?
oh, okay.
Yeah, that has already passed, so you would need to find somebody who voted in favor of that passage to reverse that.
Okay, so like currently it is set in stone that there is a teaching course structure and instruction.
That, we are currently on the main level of Amendment 21. If you reject the amendment, the concern goes back to student evaluations of teaching are not made available to students prior to course registration. If you vote for the amendment, we get what's up there. The point to oppose the specific language in the amendment would have been in the prior debate under Dello Bedova's motion. All right, 1 second. I am going to fill out the speaking list. Are you done with your speaking turn, Emo?
Yes, I'm admittedly still confused, but this is not my home town.
Point of personal privilege. We have a point of personal privilege.
Usually the secretary could highlight the change that we in a different color so that people are getting confused.
As the secretary, that is something that is I have just added the speaking list. Delegates Berg, Chen, Nguyen, Symington. Is there anyone else who is seeking to be added to the speaking list? Sorry. I think you were added to the speaking list. Sorry. All right, Delegate Berg is first on the speaking list.
I hate to do this, but I really think we gotta move forward because this is such a minor detail and concern amendment, so, motion to call the question. Motion to question has been called. Second.
You can speak before calling.
That was a trivial, I think that it is a trivial thing that was added at the start. I do not, your point is not well taken. I rule that the motion can proceed if there's a sufficient second, which I see Ms. Delegate Singh. Is that a point of order, Delegate Sharma? Okay. All right, so motion to call the question, moved by Delegate Berg, seconded by Delegate Singh. This is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor of calling the question and in the debate, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. I am going to have a recorded vote. All those in favor, please raise your placard again. Thank you. $36 in favor, all those opposed, please raise your placard. One second. I'm not ignoring you to text someone, I'm just pulling out my calculator. There were 36 in favor and 19 opposed. That is 65%. 2/3, the motion to call the question fails. We move on to the next person on the speakers list, Delegate Chen. Delegate Chen withdraws. Delegate Nguyen, sorry, again.
It's Nguyen, thank you.
Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes. I was just gonna say I will be voting against this, as it says the word prior twice, which I don't like, and because he wants to be put in body text, that is all, thank you.
Delegate Singleton?
I was just gonna yield my time if long, so all good.
Sorry, were you yielding your time or is it no longer required?
Jeremy spoke, so.
Thank you. I see no further debate on amendment 21. I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? All those abstaining? The opinion of the chair, the notes have it, and amendment 21 is rejected. We move forward to amendment 22, offered by Delegate Tremblay of the SGA. Do I have a second? Thank you. Delegate Singh. Would the mover like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. This is just for taking it up for redundancy, that's it.
Would anybody like to discuss the motion? Delegate Hall.
I'm in favor of this motion. I think it adds to the consensus of the recommendations and it removes the redundancy of repeating the same phrasing twice.
Delegate Lund.
Yeah, just POI, say one of our delegates has stepped out, is another delegate able to proxy for their vote?
I would have to call back to a previous General Assembly where I believe it did permit that, as long as they have left you their placard. But I would entertain any comments from the floor or specifically from the steering committee on how they'd like me to proceed. Robert's rules would say, no.
He's back, so it's okay, thank you.
We will deal with this at another time. Sorry, delegates. Okay. All right. If it is the opinion of this body that it is appropriate, that if a delegate within your delegation leaves and you are willing to affirm that they have proxied you their votes and they give you their placard, I would like to entertain that as a viable way to vote. However, I'm asking people to honor that that is something that they have explicitly endorsed to you. Is there opposition to this approach? Seeing that, we will take that as the approach of this body. I would also ask that, as this was not in place before the delegate vested for this time, we allow Brock delegation, OUSA delegation to engage in this one time without that affirmation. Is that acceptable? Excellent. We will proceed. On to amendment 22. We are continuing. I do not have anyone on the speakers list, or have you spoken? Delegate Lund? Okay. Yeah, okay. Excellent. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the for or against the amendment? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of amendment 22, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. I declare the motion carried, and we move on to amendment 23, offered by a delegate from OUSA whose last name I don't have immediately in my head. Delegate Siddha Kumar. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Wong. Who would like to speak?
Thank you. I can see what this recommendation is getting at, and at first glance, I can see why it seems appealing, but there's a lot of issues that would come if we were to implement this. It's very subjective. I know it mentions some the biases, but it doesn't take into account that, sorry, for example, students who are not doing great in the class, maybe they're possibly failing, or maybe grading the professor or the teaching staff lower, whereas students are doing well, might grade them higher. It doesn't take into account that teaching staff are complex people who have their own lives. Someone who is newly hired, for example, might start off being really bad at their job, but they may improve with time, or they may be facing something in their personal life that, for one term, they're not taught because of going through a divorce, for example, but the next term they're great. Second, and that also mentions for the quantitative data, you are not taking those into consideration. I understand there are nuances with thinking qualitative and let's comment on that, but I think there are better ways to go about it. There's also an unintentional administrative burden. So for complex, at Waterloo, at least we have a course selection period and then a course enrollment period. Course selection, you cannot see what professors are teaching or what section you are being added to. You just request that, hey, I want to be added to Econ 101, for example, and it's given to the scheduling/records team, and they put together a schedule for you. And then during enrollment, you can actually see sections, professors, where classes are being held. By implementing this, you are incentivizing students to hold off on adding classes, which is creating a burden on that team because, say, they want to be with Professor Smith, for example, but they have another course during that, they're reaching out to their academic advisor, who then has to switch on their schedule, and then if every student is doing that, especially at major schools, then you are getting an issue, especially because that's closer to the beginning of the next term.
Delegate Singh?
Hello, everyone. I wanted to express my disagreement with the proposal to strike, and I would like to read what it proposed. I think the view that part of it is how limited or will be able to grasp the scope of knowledge that would take into account these nuances is not understanding things such as student-specific concerns and biases, or professor individual, the lives of professors, such as their personal factors and impact the ability to actually teach. Those factors would be taken into account in any thorough analysis and released publicly. Of course, all the information that we would get for to be released would be done in a way that is mostly honest and the student facing front, and would also not be in any way that actually damage professor or cause them harm, but only give an objective understanding to the best of the ability of the institution as to their quality of their teaching. In addition to this, there are already many different outlets used by universities to actually conduct quantitative research like this. It is very valuable in defining not only how university performs, but also how it must improve. This includes areas of sustainability, the resources practices, and their hiring, and their planning, their campus spaces, and many other areas. As a result, I think it's unreasonable to say universities could not also do this in the realm of classes, and I think it is imperative to do, because that information is very valuable to understand how not only students can be supported, but also how, for example, professors may be struggling can also receive necessary support so as to improve the quality of education that they're delivering. As a result, I will be opposing the amendment to strike this item.
Delegate Hall?
I'm also in disagreement with this amendment. I think that by striking it, there would be a gap within the PCR set in terms of how we are publishing teaching evaluations to student prior to taking their courses.
Delegate Delegate
I just want to raise that I potentially see gaps in this one when it comes to marginalized groups in teaching staff. I recognize that we are seeing really biases with this is, I think we've also highlighted a couple other pieces where we want to see improvement in that process. So I wouldn't be opposed to this, say, 4 years down the road, but I think at this point in time, it's a little, we're kind of jumping the gun on making this kind of suggestion because the infrastructure, I don't think exists on the back end.
Delegate Wong?
Thank you, Speaker. I am in favor of striking this recommendation. First and foremost, I believe that beyond simply just removing just simply stating that we are removing bias and prejudices does not sufficiently remove data that can potentially be compromising to the quality of the teaching staff and the quality of the course itself. The student evaluations traditionally, and as it stands now, is highly subjective, and not only then, and there is insufficient or often insufficient longitudinal data to be able for any committee to simply say, oh, we have a set of data this term. How can we choose what is accurate, what is biased, what is unbiased? That's my first point. The second point is that the final recommendation, I think, puts us better in a position of where we are at, honestly, with how student evaluations are, in the sense that we need to we can explore the ways in which we can make student evaluations accessible, but to say at this current point that they should be mandatory to be published is far too basic. I would imagine that if just a student reading a student evaluation without the context of what those student evaluations are in terms of the reliability and credibility of the quantitative data is more irresponsible than to not have the data itself. Just anecdotally, producing false information is admittedly worse than having none. Those are my speaking points, and I yield my time.
Was everyone able to hear that with that microphone? Cool. Just want to make sure that wasn't a problem. Delegate Lane.
Okay, so I wanted to speak a little bit more in response to what Delegate Tan had said about the administrative burden. So currently, Western University has already implemented publishing student evaluations and teaching. So in terms of an administrative burden, it's already being employed by a university that has 38,000 students enrolled, and all of the data is published on the instructors. Specifically with the comment on bias and the non-reliability of the data, somebody had mentioned in these breakout rooms that a lot of different sites, like Grade 9 Professor, are already available and already not regulated, and anyone can post on these sites. Specifically, when we talk about bias, there's an abundance of data that shows that specific marginalized groups, such as women and racialized groups, are disproportionately negatively affected by comments that are influenced by bias and prejudice. And as such, the authorship team, and something that I believe that, is that the inclusion of written comments leaves instructors more vulnerable to these kinds of harassment and violence. And so I will be voting against this amendment.
Delegate Singh.
So I definitely sympathize with the point surrounding how potentially restrictive like quantitative data can be. With that said, I still do see value in the principle existing. So what I'd say is maybe like if I were to throw out the idea of potentially amending the amendment to strike the word quantitative and just say data or feedback, which leaves it open for both quantitative and qualitative data, if that's something that would make sense and brings in the spirit of what the principle and recommendation are going for.
I will take from that you are moving such a motion.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for such a motion? Delegate LePage? We are now on an amendment to amendments. Would you restate your amendment to the amendment for the benefit of the secretary?
Yeah, so just striking the word quantitative and then potentially just rather than data, just feedback, which leaves it open more to both quantitative and qualitative data to be open and comprehended by the students potentially looking into taking their course.
Sorry, yes, point of privilege.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Yes, so just so I understand, basically the amendment is to strike, but now we have another amendment to modify the original. So if if we were to pass the amendment, would the original amendment no longer be destroyed?
That is what I'm coming about here as well. I'm trying to figure out if this motion is germane. Is it something that is trying to amend the motion, or is it trying to amend the amendment in such a way that still fulfills the purpose of the original amendments? I rule that it does not. It is just too far afield. Ideally, a motion to amend would have, in the way that you have suggested, would have been submitted prior and added to the list. I don't know how this has dealt with this in the past since we started doing this process. So I'm going to take kind of a privileged motion, or propose a privileged motion, if I may, to recess until noon. Recess until noon. Can I have a mover for that, Adam? Delegate Page, seconded by Delegate Schwartz. Is there any debate on a motion to recess? Those in favor of recessing? Those opposed to recessing? Those abstaining? All right, we are recessed until noon.
Isn't lunch already implemented?
Excuse me, can everyone settle down and listen to Tiffany at the front of the room? Thanks.
Hello, everybody, it's Tiffany again. Can you all take a seat right now? We're gonna facilitate lunch in a more more ordered manner. So for us to really listen, you guys can go ahead first. It's for you guys, just because the hallway is a little bit narrow.
Sorry, you're not breaking for lunch.
Quite yet.
Not yet, okay.
Hopefully very soon.
All right. I'll do this again when you guys are breaking for lunch.
Right.
Yeah. So like if I speak about it, then you go over it, and then like I think lots of things, and then like I tend to do this. Yeah.
Ask delegates to come in and be seated. We'll give them until 12:01 to do so. It is now 12:01. The recess is now ended, and we are called back to order. We resume on the point of order or the ruling that I was making. Just to recap where we were. The original amendment was to strike the entire recommendation. The proposed amendment to the amendment was to not strike the recommendation, but rather to switch it to a form of compromise that said to publish, to keep basically the recommendation, but to strike quantitative data and just provide feedback to address a specific issue, potentially with regards to quantitative data. Robert's rules would say that this should probably be ruled out of order. However, since this assembly restricts adding new amendments, I am going to permit the amendment to go forward because it provides for greater flexibility. The amendment to go forward because it provides extra flexibility. And if you do not want that amendment to be amendment, then I would encourage you to vote it down. That is my ruling. If somebody disagrees with my ruling and would prefer the amendment to the amendment to just be thrown out entirely, you would raise a point of order. You would say I would appeal the rule of the chair, and then we would have a vote in which the majority would decide which way to proceed. Delegate vote.
For simplicity's sake, I will just speak against the amendment to the amendment, so I accept your ruling, but we'll speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Just 1 second. I want to see if there was anyone who was going to oppose my ruling. No. All right, then we proceed. Thank you. Please resume your speaking turn.
Thank you.
Sorry. We don't have a speaking list yet. Delegate Sennington, did you have a chance to speak to your motion before we got into the point of order?
I believe I did before we went to recess, but Jess is cool to.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Please resume.
Okay, thank you. So once again, speaking against the amendment to the amendment, the authorship team feels very passionately about keeping quantitative data for the reasons my colleague Anne mentioned earlier, in that we don't want quantitative and qualitative or just straight quantitative. These are very specific in that the data release should be quantitative. We don't want qualitative data that has space for comments that could perpetuate racial bias, prejudices, everything like that. So I'm going to cite our Western example again. How the data is published is there will be a question, for example, how organized is your professor? And you can rate them from 1 to 7, and that would be the quantitative data that is published. So hopefully that's a bit more clarifying as well. Thank you.
Delegate Abbott.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will also be speaking as a motion. I think the original spirit of this amendment was to reduce bias, and I feel like leaving, open for feedback, which could include quantitative or qualitative data, and that introduces more like levels of bias than just quantitative data would. So I think keeping it as quantitative data would be the way to avoid bias as best as we can in this situation.
Delegate Singh.
I also want to express my opposition to the amendment. I feel that it potentially makes the original item toothless in nature. That is what is selected, as it allows far too much scope for basically institutions to pick and choose what they want to publish and what will satisfy their pre-existing goals. As a result, I will be opposing the amendment.
Is there any more, Delegate Singleton?
So obviously, I don't want, I'm trying to undermine the original spirit of what the authors are going for. So if we want to call a question for the proposed amendment, I think
the speaking list is empty. I am going to call the question if somebody adds themselves to the speaking list, but otherwise let's proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment to the amendment? All those abstaining? The chair knows how the amendment to the amendment is rejected. We now move back to the first order amendment to strike, and we return to the main speaking list. Delegate Berg is on the speaking list. Delegate Singh is next on the speaking list.
I will be opposing the motion to strike this recommendation. I feel that having quantitative data is key, as it will allow for institutions to showcase publicly what indeed is quality of education can be not only seen by all that attend the institution, but also prospective students. Additionally, I feel that quantitative data is the most appropriate way in which one can actually receive information that is free of bias. Of course, there is no way that all bias or inequality can be removed from items such as this. But quality data allows even more items to be up to the interpretation as well as preferences of those who are actually involved in writing and publishing the data in a way that quantitative is less predisposed to. Of course, there's many different ways that statistics can be used to lie, but also there's many clear ways by which individuals can look to see how information can be manipulated in a way that's unfair, and that allows for there to be a degree of external verification that can take place to see whether or not data is quantitative in a manner that is in keeping with best practices as well as the spirit of open and free information sharing. I support the original recommendation, I think, as it allows for a greater understanding of the quality of education they will experience, as well as how it can be improved, and as a result, I will be opposing the motion to strike.
Delegate Singleton, this is your second speaking turn.
I think given the discussion prior to me proposing the amendment, the discussion during the amendment, and then the point that Sim just threw out, I think we've had a good discussion surrounding this, so I'd like to call the question.
I will permit comment if there is a sufficient seconder. Delegate Tremblay, second. All those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed? Independent chair, the ayes have it, and the question is called. We move to the main vote on amendment 23. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Independent chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is rejected. I want to take this point to make a couple of points. You might have heard a point of order earlier from Delegate Sharma, who pointed out that if you're going to call a question, it should ideally be the first words out of your mouth when you are on your speaking turn. I've been a little lax, and I permitted that because I felt it was trivial. In the future, though, please do try to not preface your calling the question. Secondly, I just want to clarify, because I know that I've been a little aggressive on it, but points of information points of information are asking a question about parliamentary procedure, what's being debated, or how to do something, and those are directed to me. If you do want to yield time to someone else, you just take a normal speaking turn, it takes away from your turn, and you say, I would like to ask a question blank, and I will yield time where you can explicitly say you'll attend. Those are just some estimated notes. All right, we proceed to 2 pages onwards to Amendment 24, offered by Delegate Paul of OUSA. Do I see a second? Delegate Mitchell. Would the motioner like to speak to the motion?
Yes, so I believe that by adding one type of diversity, we're specifying as principals of personal and professional, what helps to strengthen what the principal is trying to say. And just to clarify what I mean by personal diversity, those things in the teaching staff's personal background that make them a unique individual, and then the diversity within their professional background, what their specific interests in research and where academia are.
Would anybody else like to, members or Delegate Schwartz?
I think that this is a very good addition, and it's going to have a positive impact on the outcomes, as well as showing, being able to demonstrate the students in different pathways that our education can take them, and allow that sort of immersion as well. Fully endorse it.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 24? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. We move on to Amendment 25, offered by Delegate Daniel of MSU. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Singh? Would the mover like to speak to the motion? We'll wait for the microphone to get up.
Thank you, Your Majesty. So this amendment is just for consensus and clarity. We're, instead of saying marginalized groups, we want to clarify that all teaching staff are deserving of very free opportunities. And also instead of describing these positions just to say that they're full-time positions, that's hard to maybe define supportive and reliable. This seems a bit redundant. They're just to keep with the spirit of the principle, but making it a little bit more concise.
Okay, Lynn?
Yeah, so when the authorship team was writing this, the original attention was specifically relating to how marginalized groups have difficulty in attaining full-time, long-term reliable positions, and this disproportionately affects different marginalized groups. And I think that it is necessary to be included in this principle here because of the disproportionate effect, as I mentioned. Yeah, and so I will be voting against this amendment.
Delegate Chen?
I don't agree with this, so I'm going to run that back to you.
Okay, Delegate Sherman?
Just echoing the point of the authorship team, I do believe we need the specific wording that is in the paper right now. And like there are times when marginalized communities are overlooked for not just getting into the job, but also for promotions and let's say career advancement. So I think we need to plan within the paper.
Thank you. Delegate Schwartz?
I think actually this change is a good one and allows the following concerns that highlight other issues like precarious work conditions surrounding contract roles, strengthens those concerns and are backing for them, because there are a lot of other factors that affect the quality of education students receive, and that I think has been highlighted by you said passed as a priority, and I think this principle better serves those outcomes as well as the ones that are already being making that evidence. So I endorse it.
Delegate Henry?
Just wanted to speak on this motion a bit. I believe that there is quite an overuse of marginalized in some instances. There are things going on behind the scenes on various aspects of all teaching staff. We can't per se identify these things up front. I think ensuring barrier-free opportunities for everyone should be a priority and not overlooked.
Delegate Singh?
Just wanted to express my support for this proposed amendment. Basically, it will be an all-encompassing term. That's why the modification was made. And I think that is how we should move forward with supporting and hiring individuals, that all individuals should have access to barriers. Ideally, I think if there was terminology consistent on the lines of all teaching staff, regardless of identity, access barrier opportunities, that might be most apt. My fear just is that the original item basically is saying that only those from marginalized communities deserve no barriers, which of course I recognize not the intent, but I think the amendment is more clear as to the actual meaning of this principle, and it's why I would support it.
Delegate Chen, you were recognized for your second speaking turn.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak on against this amendment because just because marginalized students are mentioned does not mean it excludes people that are not marginalized. I think this language makes it more clear and more specific to direct our advocacy towards the group most in pressing of need, and it's not exclusionary of other groups. That's why it should still be included to strengthen that language.
Delegate Sharma for your second speaking turn.
I would like to speak against the comment by delegates, and the reason being, there are so many times when we talk about specific groups because they require that specificity and extra advocacy for them to come to the level of other groups. Like, if we use the same logic, it could be like, why do we have specific things on LGBTI plus students or racialized students? That logic doesn't work. Thank you.
Delegate Sivakumar.
I'd like to motion to amend the amendment. I think both sides can be captured just by amending it to read all teaching staff, comma, including those from marginalized groups, comma, should have access to peer review opportunities, etc.
There is a motion to amend the amendment. It is seconded by Delegate Elizabeth Wong. I'm going to speak. Oh, it is not. There is a seconder, Delegate Han. We are now on an amendment to an amendment. Would the mover like to speak to the motion further?
No.
All right, we are starting a speaking list for the amendment to the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the amendment? Delegate Delandova. Completely support this. Is there any further delegation?
Hijazi,
Hijazi, I'm sorry.
No worries. It's okay.
I just recognize I've done that a couple of times now.
That's all, it's all good, no worries. It's an honor to be recognized, but I also want to express support to that. I think that the wording to the first one should be changed from deserve to should, and then also adding encompassing both all teachers and marginalized communities is also really important. So I'm also supporting that change.
My apologies once again. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Yes, Delegate Yang.
Yes. I just want to recognize the intent of the option team to agree that the mentioning of marginalized groups as pattern in this principle. Yeah, principle. And I am in support of the amendment to the amendment.
Delegate.
Thank you. I will be speaking against the amendment to the amendment. If you look at the original paper, Principle 1 discusses all teaching staff being encouraged and having opportunities to engage in professional development and training. So my belief is that P1 already addresses what the intention of this motion is, and we want P3 separate and distinct so that we are focusing on the needs of marginalized groups. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment as presented on the screen? All those opposed? I think I'm going to need to count. So all those in favor once again? Yeah, okay, those opposed? By a vote of 24 to 32, the amendment fails. We return to the amendment as submitted, which is 25. The speakers list is currently empty. Would anybody like to speak to amendment 25? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Moving on to motion 26, or amendment 26, offered by rejected. Did I say?
Yeah, you say it.
My apologies. Thank you for that correction. Trying to move too fast. We move on to amendment 26, offered by Delegate and seconded by Delegate Wong. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yes, losing my voice a bit, but just briefly, I think that it strengthens the concern and leaves a bit more room for this to be explored in body text and all the ways that contract academic staff may be impacted, and leaves it a bit more broad so that we can explore further body text rather than be too specific here. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, we will move to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of amendment 26? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Moving on to amendment 27, offered by Delegate Bassi. Is there a seconder? Delegate Elizabeth Wong. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just added that the word independent be there for the equity audit, and that for where it states enforcing equitable and hiring retention practices, that it would be across all Ontario institutions.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion passes. We move on to amendment 28, offered by member or Delegate Schwartz, are you the mover? And we have a seconder, Corey. Wong, Delegate Wong, seconds. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. So I think this is cleaning up this PCR set a little bit, where it's used in terms of experiential learning. And this PCR set was pulled partially from the SE3 paper before at the previous GA. And I think that putting in the more general term experiential learning versus what was originally used for integrated learning does not make full sense. And I think that a lot of the board recommendations, concerns, and principles do not carry over. And our data around the insufficient work integrated learning opportunities for students in rural arts, social science, and humanities that is less well reflected when we talk about more general experiential learning due to a lot greater diversity in experiential learning that is available in some forms of social science, arts, and humanities programs. And at some schools, you would find some STEM programs, I think, lacking more so in the more general term experiential learning rather than work integrated learning. So this cleans it up, strengthens it, and makes it a more actionable advocacy stance.
Delegate Luke on the signals.
Hi, I'd like to speak against this amendment. I don't believe that working learning encompasses everything that was the intention with this section. I understand concerns of the SE3 paper, which was also an offer on last semester. If you look at the table of contents in the SE3 paper, experiential learning is the overarching umbrella that encompasses that sections of working learning, co-op, unpaid work opportunities, as well as community service learning. And our intention with this paper is that in the philosophy we will define experiential learning as encompassing of all of those opportunities. I understand that's not perfect, but there is no universal definition used across the province. For the purposes of this paper, experiential learning encompasses work integrated learning, unpaid co-op, community service, unpaid work, co-op and community service department. Thank you.
Delegate Singh and Yasu. All right, Ross. Is there anyone else, Delegate Emo?
Yeah, my intention is to also vote against the motion. I think there are arguably some places where it would have made more sense to say work integrated learning, but not all cases. And given that this motion is to replace all occurrences, it seems a little of overkill to me. So I understand the mover's intent with it, and had it more specifically targeted works, I think I would have been more amenable to it, but given how it's set out now, I would argue that there's some cases where we do want to talk about like everything or like underneath the experiential learning umbrella as opposed to just specifically work integrated learning. Yeah.
Delegate Singleton?
I'd like to call the question.
There is a motion to call the question. Is there a seconder? Many seconders. Delegate Ahad. All those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed? The majority ayes have it and the question is called. We move on to voting on Amendment 28 proper. All those in favor of Amendment 28? All those opposed to Amendment 28? All those abstaining? In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the motion is, amendment is rejected. Moving on to Amendment 29, offered by Delegate Villadova. Do I see a second? Delegate Wong. OUSA, move the legislature.
I would like to highlight, so changing the same opportunities, recognizing there are scenarios where the same opportunities might not be the ideal solution for folks. So equitable access is a more robust and better use here, as well. I see that there are certain things that people might not be able to access, so the same opportunities. Folks might not actually be able to access them due to physical limitations or any other sort of limitation, where if we equitably give them access, we're doing it in a way such that they are able to access the sports directly or the learning opportunities that they need. I guess more directly, it just feels like a more direct term, I think, for what we're trying to get at in the spirit of this principle.
Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 29? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion carried. Passes. And we move on to Amendment 30, offered by, I don't have your last names here, so, do I see a seconder? Delegate Paul, would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yes, sure. I just found that the term accessibility concerns on the recommendation really fit in terms of context. So I propose that we change it to financial need. I do find it more fitting for this recommendation.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no further discussion, I call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. And all those abstaining, please raise your placard. I declare the motion carried. The amendment, and we move on to Amendment 31, offered by delegates. Delegate Harvard. Do I see a seconder for the motion? Delegates, I don't want to hear last name, sorry. Sheehan. Excellent. Seconded by Delegate Sheehan. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, we just thought that the original wording of, I think it was university facilitated, sounded a little awkward. We wanted to move that to the end so that it read that are facilitated by the universities, just a simple fix of wording.
Is there any further discussion? Delegate Hall.
This is not a huge deal, but I'm wondering if it would be friendly to change university to post-secondary institution, just so that it's consistent with, other physical food concerns and across OUSA papers.
I'll take that as a motion to amend the amendment. We'll do this quick. Do I have a seconder? Delegate this Berger. The motion's been put. Does the mover wish to speak to it any further? Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of changing universities to PSIs? Okay, all those opposed? All those abstaining? Declare the motion passed and the amendment is amended. We're back on to the main amendments. Is there any further discussion on the amendments number 31? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on amendment 31. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I declare the motion carried. We move on to amendment 32, offered by Delegate Nguyen of, again, I apologize, of TDSA. Is there a second for the motion? Delegate Trumbull? Would the mover like to speak to the motion? Just get the microphone. Absolutely.
Okay. This principle was written kind of out of format with the rest of all principles, I find. And it reads as like an explanation to one of the earlier principles in this set. I'm wishing to strike it and have it mentioned in the body text instead.
Okay, Delegate Dalla.
I would like to motion to amend the amendment to read undergraduate research opportunities should provide students with skill development and career readiness to be more consistent with our typical principles.
Seconder for. Excellent. Amendment to the amendment by Della Dova, seconded by mover Delegate Nguyen. And is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendments? Della Dova, who wishes to speak to the.
Yeah, I still like the principle, so I'd like to try and keep it if possible, but what would your thoughts on that, Paul?
I would just ask if there is a recommendation and concern that's directly tied to that language then.
I will consider that a question to Delegate Della Dova.
Yes.
Can I cede my time to an author?
Is there an author who wishes to? Delegate Berg? Your microphone switched off. Is that done? Good. Aye.
I would consider the recommendation saying that there should be more funding because there's not enough could correspond to that. As the principal directs how important it is, and our recommendation shows there should be more.
That's a satisfactory answer?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment to the amendment? All right, those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please raise your placards. Those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining, please raise your placards. All right, I declare the amendment passed. I also want to note, if you think that I'm moving too fast and you need to state what the thing that we're voting on, I know especially with amendments to amendments, move pretty fast. Please do feel free to raise a point of information before we start voting, because I wouldn't want you folks to be uninformed, and I recognize that time passes sometimes. We are back to the amendment number 32, and the speaking list is active. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, Delegate Burke. If you put your placard there, I will not be able to see it because it is behind delegate, pardon, signatures. Okay. Just for future reference. Please continue.
No, I think with the changes, it's, more so speaks to the recommendations and concerns. True to vote against the amendment.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? Delegate Singh?
Is that the amended or the version that was proposed in the family change?
I have not actually, yes, the should, I believe, was agreed to. So should, indeed should be there. Unless anybody, cool, that is my understanding of it. So that is what we were voting on, the amendment, including the should. We are still yeah.
Point of order.
So, yeah, yes, so the amendment that's being voted on is to strike. Yes, just for clarity. The should was just trying to remedy that in the same way that we did the previous time that we amended something that was going to be stricken entirely. Sid, would you like to continue with your, Delegate Sid, would you like to continue with your signature?
Thank you. As another point of information. So just to confirm, if this amendment is passed, then for the original item, we would be voting then to basically confirm this as the change, or would it still be a strike?
I see the issue. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
I had motioned to make it this text. I don't know if that was communicated well, I misread up on that, but I did read the whole phrase. So that was my amendment that I submitted as the amendment to the amendment.
I now understand what has happened. Originally, the motion was to strike the entire text. The amendment to the amendment that was proposed was to keep the text and insert the should. And this was specifically done in line with what the original mover wanted. They agreed to this, I believe. This is acceptable. It solves the issue.
Yes.
Yes. So that's the reason that we got rid of the striking text. So now, if you vote against, it will just be the original. It will be our original text: undergraduate research opportunities to provide students. If you vote for the amendment, it will be undergraduate research opportunities should provide students. I hope that clarifies the point of information, Delegate Singh. Is there anyone who requires further clarification? Because I understand that that was not a straightforward thing. Yes.
Just to clarify as well, I encourage everybody to vote for this amendment, as if the original text is kept, it will not read as principal at all. Because all principal statements have the word should or must in them.
Does that make sense to everyone? Does that make sense to everyone? All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? All right. You're good. I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment as amended? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion passes and the amendment as amended is implemented. We move on now to Amendment 33 offered by Delegate Charlie. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Berger. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I just think this language, more adequately reflects what this whole piece is trying to get at, as well as we included the word recognize, because we had some discussion within our group about how
exclusively leaning on compensation could impact the opportunity students have, and so just expanding that a bit further, could strengthen that. Thank you.
Delegate Delamodova?
I just had a question for the mover about using properly versus fairly. If you could just explain a little bit more about why you chose that word, because I saw fairly as pretty manageable here, so just to get justification for it. Yep.
I'm going to go over time to provide the next part. So this conversation happened yesterday during the steering committee meeting. Properly was included because there is another section that we'll put later on where fairly compensated is used, and we just believe that fairly compensated is very subjective. So properly compensated a little bit is just stronger wording, which is the wording preference.
Does that address your question? Yep. All right. Delegate Berg, did you want to speak to her?
Yes. Sorry, I might miss something, but I'd like to set a motion to divide this amendment, dividing the properly and the recognized.
Sorry, could you repeat your motion?
Yeah, sorry. My Robert's rules are a little rusty.
No, my ears are a little hungry.
I'd like to divide this amendment. So there's a separate vote for including properly and for recognized.
Why? Whatever.
I don't see any motion to under split in Robert's rules. Is there anyone who is aware of a motion that achieves that end? Yes.
I don't know the specific motion, but I know in the past we have done similar things. And I was just gonna say that we're more than agreeable if that's all right, if it makes people feel, like they're getting their voice heard at both points.
Delegate Dunn?
I couldn't find reference to splitting the motion in X. I'll just ask one, and then probably we're just gonna do it because it seems like there's something more to it, but
Yeah, I would think the procedure to split is you can motion to split the motion, and then you state what the two splits are, and then you vote on that, just as you would for like an amendment, and then we vote on each of the split motions.
I'm going to permit that if there's no opposition. Delegate Berg, would you like to restate your motion, just so we have it clearly, and then we'll look for a second.
Sorry. To split the motion between students should be properly compensated and compensated and recognized. So difference for properly and difference for recognized.
Is there a seconder? Delegate Paul? Delegate Norwich is on the main speaking list. Would you like to speak to one of those items or the other in particular, should this split occur?
I was actually gonna say something similar. I just wanted to do that.
I
will.
Yeah.
All right, we have a mover and a seconder to split. You're voting to split at this point. We're not voting on one or the other. Just voting to split the original. Any discussion before we vote? Those in favor? Those against?
Those abstaining? And motion carries. All right, it is split. We didn't have a specific order, so let's start with the properly one, the fairly to properly motion. The mover and seconder are Charlton and Berger for both paths. So, would anybody like to speak to the fairly properly piece?
I'm in support of this amendment. I think that by specifying properly is more specific, whereas fairly is open to interpretation. And that would potentially leave those students vulnerable to not receiving proper compensation for the work that they're doing.
Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Those in favor of this would switch fairly to properly, please raise your placards. And those opposed, please raise your placards. And you can ensure the ayes have it, and the split amendment, first half of the split amendment opposed. And the new chair that knows have it and can't recognize is struck. All right, that was fun. Would people like to, we have about 10 motions left. We've got an hour through where we can break for lunch now. I'm going to conduct a straw poll. Those in favor of conducting a, those in favor of having lunch now, please raise your flags. Those in favor of finishing the paper first, please raise your placards. All right, it seems like more people are here having lunch, so I will take a break to entertain a motion to break for lunch. Delegate Denver, or yeah, Delegate second by Sharp, at the recess for a period of 1 hour. Any debate on the motion, understanding the chances are the motion is going to pass just based on people's comments. I still think you could convince people, but no? All right, those in favor of recessing? Those opposed to recessing? In the chair, the ayes have it, and we are recessed for 1/2 hour. However, before we get out of the seats, I am going to ask for next.
Okay, so Tiffany, who's been meeting us, who's been very kind and helping us this week on logistics, has some things to say about lunch. Consider clearing your table in preparation for lunch. Also, just to remind everyone that everything on the itinerary this week took enormous amounts of time, I go up over that, energy and money to execute, so please be respectful and not wasteful, especially this food brought to you today, which is just outside. As we leave the room, just be mindful that to let people with accessibility needs go first, and then people with dietary restrictions, so vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free, so that they can receive the food first. Other than coffee and tea, a water fountain is available downstairs to the right of the information desk. And lastly, please be extra careful with beverages filling because it's a Sunday and there's no custodian here to help clean. The other thing too, during lunch, we're going to be doing rotations for your student union photos. So we have a list. We're going to ask maybe that the SGA and OUSA go first. So get your delegations ready for a photo outside on the staircase, and then we'll communicate which delegation is going next. Okay.
I have 2 more quick notes. One, again, if you have any feedback on my sharing thus far, lunch is a good point to get it to your steering committee members so that I can hopefully adjust. Second, we are recessed until 1:20.
The tiny nuances. No, I think we're not going to end the stream because that would be very bad. Yeah, can you mute it?
in about 30 seconds. I will call for order. All right, thank you so much. Yes, I'm going to turn forward.
Thank you so much for your engagement and participation so far. I think things are going pretty well. We are obviously behind time. So I would like to say formally or announce officially that we meet at our cutoff at 4:30. Okay? So please, again, be mindful of your space and your time.
We will do our best to get in there. I have one more housekeeping note. I've been asked by SC, just based on their feedback and internal deliberations, that we bring back that concept of closing the speakers list. It's an alternative to calling the question. It's still a 2/3 vote, still non-debatable. It just functions to close the speakers list. Anyone who is already on the speakers list can still speak. There are advantages and there are disadvantages to it. I won't iterate on those just for the sake of time. Sorry, we have some commentary here. I'll take Delegate Schwartz first.
I just wanted to ask what the smart cutoff at 4:30 mean. Is that encouraged or enforced? Or so?
I'm gonna say enforced because we have the school that needs to travel. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We have many schools that need to travel.
Delegate Sharma?
What would be the recourse if we actually that time we're in the paper that are what's the I think that would impact people's willingness to work on and how far things go.
Yeah, I think so. It's a great question. I think when SC and speaker and myself have kind of chatted informally during the break, there is an option to continue plenary virtually. I think that the board, like SC, would have to meet to see what date would be appropriate so that everyone here could re-attend. But I think that would probably be the option.
Just small question about the,
Okay.
Closing the speakers list.
Yeah, I can closing the speaker list when you're speaking turn, you can do so.
You would use it the same as in just you do have, the first things that you should say is I move to close the speakers list. It functions almost exactly like calling the question, except it essentially calls the question after the people who are currently on the speakers list get off it, and I don't take more people to the speaking list when that is moved. It is just who is already there, I believe, unless that is contrary to SC's understanding.
So 2/3 definitely.
2/3 not available. Delegate. There's no more. You could still call the question. It's a question of, my understanding is it's a question it's a question of whether you think that we're getting circular, but you still want people to make some closing arguments, versus you think that we're getting circular, or there's a clear outcome and you just want to vote now. I don't feel particularly able to speak to the pros and cons in a way that is non-biased, so I can't offer too much more than that. Is there any other commentary before we resume? Thank you all for your participation. I take it that there is no opposition to reintroducing this concept of closing the speakers list. Excellent. All right, my records had us moving on to Amendment 34. Moved by Delegate Lopez. Is there a seconder? Delegate Hall. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so this concern and then not sure if I meant 35, but it's also kind of related to 35 as well. Because they're right next to each other in the paper and concern set. And the clarification here on the wording just kind of allows both of them to have the space and to have the points that we're trying to make a little bit more clear. So it's kind of the specific limitations where it's given on the next one, but
Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining, I declare the amendment passed. Moving on to Amendment 35, also offered by the same mover. Do I see a seconder? No, call again. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
again, as it was unaddressed, the only edits to this were just to create more of a distinction between the concern above and this concern, so it's just more clarity than anything else. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your placards. All opposed, all abstaining, I declare the motion for the amendment passed. Moving on to Amendment 36, offered by Delegate Charlton. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Berger. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, we did brief about it. We just thought this wording was more in tune with what we think this principle is trying to get at, because most hardships are about you, and so kind of reflects that a bit better.
Anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your placards. All opposed, all abstaining. Declare the amendment carried. Moving on to Amendment 37, moved by the same mover. Do I see a seconder? Delegate Berger seconds. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
This is just another one where we thought the word helped strengthen the concern. Thanks.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All opposed, abstaining. Declare the amendment passed. Moving on to Amendment 38, offered by Delegate Abbott. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Singh. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
I will not be moving presented. Yeah.
We don't have a seconder, so it is not a valid amendment. Therefore, we will not consider this amendment as there is not a sufficient mover and seconder. Moving on to Amendment 39, moved by Delegate Annette. Is there a seconder for this motion? Delegate Singh. Would the mover like to speak to this motion?
Yes, so the concern was speaking only about one exam, but I believe there are different kinds of assessment, because there are many courses which don't have final exams. So I think it could be better to focus on assessments that can be rated, whether that's midterm or not.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion? All opposed, please raise your hands. All abstaining, and I declare the amendment adopted. We now move on to Amendment 40, offered by Delegate Dom. Is there a seconder? Delegate Wong. Who would like to speak to the motion?
This is just my attempt to make the concern more comprehensive, but if anybody has any other thoughts on it, I'm happy to take amendments to the amendment. This is just my best shot.
Okay.
Yeah, so we talked about this yesterday, but it's not reflected in the doc, so I'm requesting to amend the amendment.
Have you read that, then we'll see in a second.
Okay. So the concern should read, online proctoring software has inequitable requirements, which makes it inaccessible for students from racialized or religious groups, and
Could we slow down just a second there?
yeah. I'll slow down, I'll repeat it. Online proctoring software has inequitable requirements, which makes it inaccessible for students from racialized or religious groups, and those with disabilities, period.
Could you please read the slide? Oh my goodness. Read the screen and see that your motion is correctly put.
Well, I cannot read that.
Online proctoring software has inequitable requirements, which makes it inaccessible to students from racialized or religious groups and those with disabilities. That is correct. Seconder Sharma. This is an amendment to the amendment. And just to clarify, the green text below would no longer be present. Correct?
Yes.
Correct. So if this amendment to the amendment is adopted, it will be just that first sentence there. Is there any discussion on this motion to amend the amendment? Delegate Della Vedova.
Sorry, just a point of information, would it only be the first green text, or would it be the first statement and the second green text?
Just what is highlighted currently.
Thank you.
Delegate Dom?
Man, I'm so sorry. But I was looking at it again, and I'm thinking about how the concern now is pointing at two separate-ish things, one of which is accessibility, where the proctoring software has certain requirements for users, such as when talking about students with disabilities and how the requirements make it inaccessible for them to use, as opposed to actual flaws in the proctoring software itself, which discriminates against students, racialized students and students with specific religious garment requirements. So I'm not sure if we actually want to break that into two concerns. If any other delegate has thoughts on that, we can vote this down and I can give you new language in like 30 seconds.
Yes, you cannot amend the amendment to the amendment, so if you do want to react to that, then your course of action, you need to vote this down. If you disagree with that course of action, then feel free to vote whichever way you like. Is there any more discussion on the amendment to the amendment, which is specifically getting away from the bottom green text and moving towards the top green text? Seeing no further discussion, I call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Indicating that the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now back onto the main speaking list for the motion for the amendment as amended. Is there anybody wishing to speak to the amendment? Delegate Della Vedova? You can make such a motion.
First, can I motion to move it down 4 items?
We are currently on 40, so this would then take place after 44. That is your motion?
Yep.
Is there a sufficient seconder for the motion? Delegate is there any debate on the motion to reorder the agenda? Delegate Singh.
Just here for the following item, if this is passed, and the following item is passed as well, since they're regarding the same concern, would the following item override this concern?
Sorry, you're saying that 41 and 40 both deal with the same concern, or?
Yes, so my understanding, if I'm not mistaken, is that if this is passed, and then the next item is passed as well, would that not override?
That is correct. Whichever one is considered last, or whichever one is approved last would be the one that controls.
So as a, can I continue?
Yes, please continue.
As a secondary question, could item number 41 become an independent concern?
You could amend that motion when it comes up. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we are continuing on debate on the motion to amend the agenda to place the current item 40 under item 44, so there can be time to wordsmith, unless that is no longer relevant. Okay. Delegate Buck.
Sorry, just a question, what is the purpose of bringing it down?
The purpose of bringing it down, to my understanding, was to get time for wordsmithing.
But didn't we pass the amendment to the amendment already?
My understanding is there are those in the OUSA delegation who do want to make a subsidiary amendment on another topic relating to the amendment.
So it would be a second amendment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Delegate Doga.
Yeah, sorry, folks, just seem a little confused. We just want to move a certain time for wordsmithing. I really appreciate if you could just move this down. We'll talk about it in 5 minutes.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? This is a 2/3 threshold as a vote. All right, all those in favor of amending the agenda, please raise your placard. If you vote this down, the vote will occur now. All those opposed? And the chair noes have it, and discussion will continue on the current motion. Is there any current person looking to add to the speakers list? Delegate Singh.
Could items 40 and 41 be moved to the end of this section, just so there can be one singular proposal forward that, because we right now have 2 different items that concern the same thing, that will be coming forward.
We just voted against 40 being moved. If you want to vote for 41 to be moved, then I would suggest doing it when we get to item 41. Seeing no further debate on item 40, and speakers list being exhausted, the vote is on amendment 40 as amended. All those in favor, please raise the flags. All those opposed, please raise the flags. The amendment as amended carries. There is not a sufficient second, and therefore the motion cannot be considered. Is that a second, or is that a point? That is a second, despite the fact that the mover wishes to withdraw. Okay, just making sure. It is your right to do so, but I just wanted to make sure that your intent is clear. Okay, we will move on then, as 41 is not adopted due to not having sufficient second. We move on to item 42. Do we have a sufficient second?
Yeah, so this recommendation is in line with the current final recommendation that's currently in the student assessment section. So we had a lot of discussion specifically about online proctoring software, and I want to be clear that when we speak about online proctoring software, this does not include any form of Zoom proctoring, where there's another human who is proctoring you. So this would specifically only be for AI software. So the recommendation says that we should prohibit online classroom software until there are clear standards in post-secondary institutions. So part of this means that what I'm proposing is that we prohibit the software until there are standards that are established. Specifically, there are 3 reasons why I believe that this software should be prohibited. First, there are concerns about privacy and invasiveness, as we discussed, specifically with the terms of information being released and data, and there was a lot of concern regarding this, not just specifically at Western, but also within other schools in Ontario. Second, concerns about accessibility. So there are concerns specifically with the software for students who maybe have physical disabilities and as such would get flagged by the software inappropriately. And then finally, that was brought up to me was that blue scans were deemed unconstitutional in the US recently. It was seen as an unwarranted search because it went against constitution that said that they don't have the right to search. And Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms Section 8 uses the exact same language. And so room scans required by Ontario universities should be in violation of that principle that says that we cannot have an unwarranted search. So we had a concern that came up during our rigor saying that this would result in the limiting of online assessments used by universities. So I think that it's important to know that in the language of this recommendation, it says that until standards are developed, they should be prohibited. And there's a corresponding recommendation at the end that says that these standards should be developed.
Is there anyone else? Yes, so line.
Yeah, just mentioned beforehand, I will be abstaining on this recommendation out of respect to the author, but Josh and I wanted to discuss some things that happened in our consultation groups surrounding this recommendation. So firstly, as mentioned before, the wording of this makes it seem that we will be prohibiting online proctoring in total, which goes against online learning, hybrid learning styles, as previously mentioned in this paper. So getting rid of online proctoring as a whole would not be viable in a sense. I would be open to maybe amending the amendment to maybe, for wording's sake, make it AI online proctoring software instead. So it specifies more to AI versus Zoom online proctoring software. But yeah.
Are you making a motion or are you looking for someone else to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. A motion to amend the amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There is, Delegate Hamel. We're now on the amendment to the amendments. I take it because you're not going to, you don't want to speak to it, or?
I think just to make it more clear that it's AI online proctoring software and not referring to Zoom online proctoring software, just because if it's all online proctoring software, then that goes against what we're seeing about hybrid learning.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment to the amendment? Specifically narrowing from online proctoring software to AI online proctoring software. And presume that that's probably artificial intelligence, it's not AI, but okay. Does it matter? Okay. All right. Anybody else looking to discuss? No? Call for votes. We're voting on the amendments to the amendment. All those in favor, please raise their placards. All those opposed, please raise their placards. All abstaining. All right, so the amendment to the amendment carried. We're back onto the main motion, or not onto the main motion, to the amendment. Would anybody else like to speak to it? All right, seeing none. We are voting on amendment 42. All those in favor, please raise their placard. All those opposed, please raise their placard. All those abstaining, and I declare the amendments carried. Moving on to item 43, moved by Delegate Dong and seconded by Delegate Yang. Would you like to speak to it?
Sure, I think I was just trying to make the language a little bit more precise. I see that there's been, a small addition to my amendment, the word omission, which I highlighted, as long as we add, then the Oxford comma after it. Otherwise, I think that it gets across the same information, but you can let me know if, there's anything in there that was left out that you wanted to be there.
We will take that typo as, we will take that comment as typographical. All right, so is there any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? We don't actually need to ask for those who abstain. So carried. Moving on to amendment 44, offered by Delegate Lake. Do we have a second? Delegate Look, would like to speak to the motion?
Yes, so this is the section that I wrote on faculty and training. So I got a comment from someone in the delegation specifically about the accountability piece on academic freedom. Because there's a set of PCRs that go to speak to the misdelivery of content on the basis of academic freedom, the authorship team believes that there needs to be an accountability piece that goes with it as well. So the corresponding C and R go towards that kind of reporting tool.
Is there any further is there any further discussion on amendment 44? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor, please raise their placards. Those opposed, please raise their placards. I declare the motion carried. I'm pleased to announce to folks that the amendments have cleared. They've all been deliberated, and we return to the main motion. The motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the main motion that is not putting in amendments? Okay, I will then call for a vote on the main motion. All those in favor of adopting the training and teaching and assessment policy paper. All those opposed? All those abstaining? All right, I declare the policy paper passed. All right, moving on with our agenda, we move to the second of the policy papers. Would some authors like to move or second the paper? Delegates Elizabeth Wong of MSU and Delegate Coulter of TDSA. Motion and second. We now move immediately to the pre-submitted amendments. We start with Amendment 1. Moved by Delegate Trainer, seconded by Delegate Long of OUSA. Would we like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. First, I would just like to recognize everyone's hard work in completing the paper previously. I also want to quickly mention this is my first conference, so I do apologize if I have limited knowledge on Robert's rules. For Amendment 1, as mentioned in body text, as well as mentioned by OUSA before OUSA and USC in, I think, version 3 of the papers, we identified invisible disabilities. And we do have a recommendation for it, which was direct to previously. I believe adding a principle and concern can better complete this PCR set.
Is there any further discussion on this motion? Delegate Elizabeth Wong, and Steve.
Ms. Walker. So initially, I wasn't sure if I was to do, but I am that you gave did a good job highlighting some areas that we missed in the initial user. So I'm going to leave it up. That's my concern.
Any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 1? All those opposed? Declare the amendment carried. We now move on to Amendment 2, offered by the same mover. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Wong of OUSA. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Thank you once again. So for this amendment, I typically define training as a development of oneself, which is why I think it's important that in order to create an inclusive campus that all students have access or have the ability to learn from the AODA. And a part of that would be including it in course content or instructions that students can apply their knowledge and information taught in class. And as outlined in the comments or rationale, that is kind of the basis of why I wanted to add another PCR set. Thank you.
Delegate Elizabeth Wong.
Just, we share disrespecting the other delegates' comments, we're just recognizing that this PCR set, is very institutional facing, and I don't believe is within the social paper. Recognizing that all these points are very important, and I believe that there's opportunity for them to be, flushed out within law text. I'm not sure if it's the wisest thing to add a whole new PCR set that's institutional facing.
Delegate Trombley.
I was going to say the same thing as Elizabeth. I think these are very, very well written. I just think they're a little bit too institutional.
Delegate Delgado.
I would like to see my time to tell you along, like after, like that potentially the recommendation could be that this was mandated at the provincial level. Because I recognize that's kind of missing, but I think if that was included, it might be, it's still institutional facing, but it's solving institutional problems that could be mandated through provincial means. So open your thoughts on that, if you maybe be amenable to an amendment that went that way.
Which delegates are you addressing?
Delegate Wong.
Which delegate?
Sorry. Yeah,
The previous speaker, yes, sorry, that makes no sense. Thank you.
I completely understand. I do think that there's areas within the current PCRs that do address information. I still, reality to the fact that I really do, I think they're really well written. I just don't think that it's so, provincial. I do think they're very institutional piece. I just don't see them in paper.
Delegate Delgado, are you continuing your speaking, sir? Or, yeah, you're continuing your speaking.
That might replace potentially if we remove the recommendation. I think the principal concerns are still very strong in the PCR set. So I'm just highlighting that as a potential amendment we could make. But I'm not going to make that amendment at this moment.
Delegate, what's the long?
I would be open to that.
Delegate Delgado.
I would like to make that amendment, so to drop the recommendation, keep the principal and concern.
All right, why don't you specify that with the resolve statements? Or is it already up there? Sorry.
I believe the principal and concern are not there, so it would really just be dropping the recommendation.
Could you state your amendment to the amendment, just for the benefit of the assembly and?
Yeah. I would like to motion to amend the amendment to read, principal, all students attending post-secondary institutions should have the opportunity to access AODA training and knowledge within their respective fields of disciplines. Concerning students attending post-secondary institutions have limited understanding of disability and accessibility. Most of the society and learning disability fall by mobility that sensory programs with a relatively small percentage of individuals with mental health disabilities.
Would the effect be to strike the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, Is that a second? The seconded, Delegate seconded by Tremblay. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? By adopting this, the principal and concern amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed? Declare the amendment to the amendment passed. We now return to the main amendment. No further discussion. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the amended amendment 2, please raise your flags. All those opposed, please raise your flags. Declare the amendment passed. We now move to amendment 3, offered by Delegate Zhu of OUSA. Do we have a second? Delegate Emo, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in the comments it said that only customer-facing volunteers have to complete energy training. Actually, in 2016, the CSS just changed so that all volunteers have to also complete training. So this motion is just to correct that student volunteers are actually supposed to complete energy training, and I need to strike this. And I also just wanted to comment really quickly on the next one. In the case that for some reason we still want to keep, if we do strike this, I'll withdraw the follow-up motion.
Delegate Elizabeth Long.
I don't agree with this motion, but I agree with the next one. I still think it's pretty important that we recognize that there is a gap within engaging for student volunteers, and even though it is legislated on paper, it doesn't always mean action. So I think it is important to know within here because this is an area where we do feel there is a level of importance of readiness within this section.
Delegate Sikic.
Just on this point, I think this is quite institution facing itself as well. If we're talking about us as student agency to accomplish this, that's really
We'll take Delegate Ann first, and then
Who? Me?
yes.
Okay, I will be using my time to one of my observer delegates. I completed pretty well amendment simply because I know that there's not that there's multiple student leaders, student volunteers, and I good deal of people with disabilities. And as a person with lived experience, I can tell you that when students are trained, then they will know how to deal with it. Well, students with disabilities more, and therefore, I think that I respect the delegate's opinion that put this motion forward, but I think that as someone was lived experience, I think that therefore I think that you have absolutely zero credibility. But definitely.
Delegate Elizabeth Long.
I'm sorry, quick point of order. I just want to make sure that we are addressing all comments to the chair and not to individual delegates.
That is typically good practice. Yes. It's not a point of order per se, but that is indeed a good note. Yeah, especially when it comes to addressing other delegates. Thank you to the delegate and the observer both. We move on the speaking list to Delegate Elizabeth Long.
Just going forward with that, I think respecting the authorship's team, I would be looking this down. And I guess I have some time to speak. Just wanted to note that, recognizing emotions might get high during the identity speakers, recognizing that we don't know who identifies as well in this room, and that we need to be very mindful of each other's feelings, emotions, opinions on this. But realize that we're working towards the same goal, and we're trying to do a lot of good work within this paper, and within this organization. So I thank everyone for their comments, their understanding, and just patience and just willingness to take all the comments and kind of adapt. And I hope that compromise is the theme of passing this paper. And I might have been off comments right now, but I think it's important that we note that. And thank you so much. It's unfortunately I will be going this down.
Delegate Tremblay.
Thank you. I will also be voting this down. However, I did enjoy the little work that the author, or like the person who brought this amendment forward, said of the second, or like the fourth amendment, where if there was a strike, they wanted this to be amended. I think this is a really good one, but I don't think you should strike the entire section.
Delegate Della.
I'm so sorry, my name's too long. I just want to highlight that I think there still is an issue here in that this is required by law. So I think it's a little less opinion, but I very much am in favor of that second motion. And I'm thinking that's where conversations go on. So,
Delegate Zhu.
I'd like to call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. Is there a second? I see many submission seconds. I will take Delegate Coulter. This is not debatable, so those in favor of calling the question on Amendment 3, please raise your placard. Those opposed, please raise your placard. The motion to call the question succeeds. We'll move to voting on Amendment 3. Those in favor of Amendment 3, please raise your placards. Those opposed, please raise your placards. Many of the to amend is rejected. We now move on to Amendment 4, offered by Delegate Zhu. Is there a second? Delegate Sharma? You would like to speak to the motion.
Thank you. Thank everyone for the comments. I just want to reiterate that the only purpose of this motion is to amend a factually incorrect statement that volunteers are not required to the AOV training. I think it's important to highlight that volunteers should be doing this AOV training, since sometimes not all people are, especially when it comes to temporary volunteerships. But we should, however, acknowledge that they're technically supposed to already be doing this by law. But it's important that we take further action.
Is there anyone else looking to speak on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment 4, please raise your placard. Those opposed, please raise your placard. All right, Amendment 4 passes. We will continue on to Amendment 5, offered by Delegates Sudhir Kumar.
This is just along the same line.
Sorry, I need to see the second. I'll recite it, or Delegate Sharma.
Sorry. This is just along the same lines as the previous one. The current concern is not accurate because it is required. It's just this one is instructor placing rights laptops to students.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this motion? Seeing none, we'll call a vote. All those in favor of amendment number 5? All those opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We move to amendment 6, offered by delegates Delegate Rao, seconded by Delegate Wong from OUSA. Would we like to speak?
So I think actually instead of university personnel, we were going to say student-facing personnel or student-facing staff. of those. Yeah, I guess that speaks for itself.
Anyone else like to speak to this motion? Delegate Elizabeth Wong.
Yeah, I also thought the change is going to request student-facing staff, because I do not, we're not in favor of university personnel. I know the motion's to remove that, so do you have to put another forward to change the language?
You're looking to amend the amendment?
Yes, to changing university personnel to student-facing staff.
Oh.
Okay, I'm just checking the amendment sheet. I might have copies of it.
You will just pause.
Point of privilege?
Yes.
Can you open the windows? Getting toasty.
I have no idea if you can open windows.
No, you cannot. It's to preserve the paintings.
Okay.
Apologies.
All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We think that it might just be faster to go with the motion to amend what is on the screen, unless there's people who are very much married to the way that it is presented there. If they are, then please identify yourself, and then we can wait to get the minute of what was submitted last night. Seeing none, then we'll continue with the amendment to the amendment. I require a second for that motion. Delegate Emo. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
I just think it was, I was more encompassing of what the intent of the motion was, and I favor changing to student-facing staff.
All right, would anybody else like to speak to the amendment to the amendments? All right, are we good? Are we good to proceed? I'm just checking that our secretary is comfortable with us proceeding, so we will pause. I will add you to the speakers list. Why don't you go ahead, Delegate Della.
I was just curious, can you read it aloud before we go? I'm totally lost where we landed.
There was a motion submitted last night, amendment 6. There was some language that might have been submitted that was not aligning with what people thought it was. The amendment to the amendment is rectifying that, is my understanding. Delegate.
I was just gonna say that if the language is changed to student-facing staff, the sentence is kind of redundant now, that they faculty, staff, and student workers will.
Delegate Emo is on this.
Yeah, I do agree that the staff is a little bit of a funny word, but I think it's a weird thing that not a lot of people are aware of, but most universities distinguish between staff and faculty differently. Like, all of them are employees of the university, but staff at Waterloo, at a bunch of other universities as well, is mean to refer to like non-academic employees. Meanwhile, faculty refers to the academic employees. So if you only say student-facing staff, you might not actually be referring to like instructors and whatnot, which is what I think the mover was trying to avoid.
You're still on the amendment to the amendment, is there anyone who wishes to, oh, sorry, okay, do you still wish to speak to the amendment? Is there anyone else? Right, then we will vote on the amendment, which is specifically changing the language. I actually didn't catch the entire thing, so I'll wait for it to go up on screen.
One privilege.
Yes.
Could the chair read it aloud before we vote?
We will wait. Yes, if that is acceptable, yes.
Okay, the language is currently up on screen. The suggested change is to get rid of university personnel to make it student-facing, so it would read, there's currently no provincial mandate governing accessibility training for student-facing staff, including but not limited to faculty, staff, and student workers or volunteers.
And if that is rejected, then it is the amendment as submitted, which would have been just adding university personnel, university, the difference is university personnel versus student-facing staff, it's a functional change. That is my casual reading, but we read the text for yourself. Yes, Delegate Wong.
The change to student-facing staff, does that only apply to the concern or both the concern and recommendations?
As offered, but only to the concern, I believe, or, yes. Delegate Rao.
Point of information, I think what it was originally in this doc, it's not reflected, but we did discuss that we were gonna change it to student-facing staff and not use university personnel at all. That was another.
Yes, so that is what this motion is trying to achieve. I thought it might be faster to do that.
Okay.
I made a bit mistake. All right. Anybody else wishing to speak on the amendments? Delegate.
I feel like it's maybe a bit redundant, there's not enough already to student-facing staff, including staff, and then also we're including volunteers who are not staff. And so I wonder if there's maybe a more preferable word to staff.
I Delegate Rao is recognized.
I don't know if everyone can hear that, but we were saying student-facing personnel.
Delegate Elizabeth Long.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's that deep. They sound exactly the same, I understand, but there's no politician that's gonna do that document, and be like, wow, staff. So I think we should just move forward for, just the same time. I don't think that this is going to negatively affect the people that we pass that is looking at.
Delegate Coulter.
She said everything I wanted to say.
I see no one else on the speakers list for the amendment. Therefore, I will ask for those in favor of the amendment. Which is student-facing staff. Those in favor of personnel. All those opposed? All right, we're back. That passes. The amendment passes. We're back on to amendment 6 as amended. And I believe Della Vidova is next on the speakers list. Wait. No. Please respond. Seeing that, we will now commence voting on amendment 6. All those in favor of amendment 6? Those opposed to amendment 6? Declare the motion carried. We move on to amendment 7, placed by Delegate Trainer. Is there a second? Delegate Wong of OUSA. Who would like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. So my rationale behind this amendment was I believe that comprehensive is a good way to describe training that will encompass a broader scope of learning. And I wanted to include intuitive as well because I thought it was appropriate. So if delegates for an amendment for this one, I do understand that as well. Thank you.
Delegate Elizabeth Wong.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Is there any more commentary, discussion on this amendment? Delegate Sigich. Thank you.
Just a question really, maybe I'm reading it wrong, because it's not really very similar, or not like the same as the last recommendation, 2 extra words. So are we, we'll just moving forward with recommendations? Or is it the same recommendations?
I'm assuming that is being addressed to the author of the amendment. Delegate Trainer, do you have any response to that question?
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost. Can we?
Oh, yeah. Delegate Sigich, would you like to restate your question? We'll pause for a moment.
It's the same recommendation.
Sorry. Would you like to restate your question?
Yeah, it was clarified for me, I think it's fine.
All right. With that, Delegate Zhu. Delegate Elizabeth Wong. Withdraws. Any other commentary on Amendment 7? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 7? All those opposed? Declare the motion passed. Move on to Amendment 8, moved by Delegate Zhu. Can I have a seconder? Delegate Brown. Would move like to speak to the motion.
Yeah, just we could make this recommendation a little more concrete. It was really great post-secondary education and development report put out by community in 2022 that says a lot of what we're trying to say. So I think it's really good to be able to just point to that and talk about what we really think what they're saying. Instead of just saying create accessibility standards tailored to post-secondary sectors, say, hey, this committee did this, please do this.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to Amendment 8? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 8? All those opposed? The Amendment 8 passes. Moving on to Amendment 9, offered by Delegate Sharma. Is there a second? Delegate Elizabeth Wong. Move or like to speak to the motion?
It's all concurrent, but I think I don't want to waste time to just let people infer from the comment in the paper.
Delegate Hall.
I'm not in support of this amendment. I think by removing the recognition that persons who are racialized or marginalized in some other way do also face additional barriers in addition to if they identify as having a disability. So I think it's worth prefacing this, which is why I'm not in favor of this amendment.
Delegate Sharma.
I would have agreed with that argument, but I feel like because we haven't mentioned racialized students in any of the PRCs in there, it doesn't put the direct connection between PCRs there. I understand what you're trying to do here, but just the way with how we kind of try to make sure our PCRs kind of match each other and work together, that's the only reason I brought this forward.
Delegate Elizabeth Wong.
Just respecting the comments that have already been said, I believe that we added in visualized and other marginalized people, just recognizing that they are disproportionately affected by disabilities. So we wanted that reflected is really to those comments. So yeah, I will not be supporting this.
Delegate Charlton.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Really trying my best. I also would not be against this. I think, in general, any accessibility training is going to address the barriers faced by students with disabilities. So we've kind of taken out the substance of this recommendation and watered it down to just keep it there. But I don't think it's really advocating anything at that point. And I do think it's really important that we
make specific note of the intersectional nature of disability, and I think really more to do this.
Kind of see these two as semi-separate. I think both are in different ways. I wonder if the group, just looking for head nods or shakes, would be amenable to maybe making two recommendations and keeping the text from the first one and taking the second one and making it its own.
The delegate has asked for a straw poll. Would you like to restate your question so that people can listen to it carefully, and then I can conduct a straw poll on your behalf?
Thank you. Essentially, I would like to keep the second recommendation that they're amending it to read as its recommendation.
Take that as you will. Those who would tentatively be in favor of this, please raise your placards. This is not a binding vote. Those who would be opposed to such a motion?
Okay.
Do without any delegate. We return to Amendment 9. It still reads the same as when we started. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to Amendment 9? All right. We will move to voting on Amendment 9. Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, the chair knows have it. The motion is rejected, and we proceed to Amendment 10, offered by Delegate Matterer. Is there a second? Delegate Berger? Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so this is basically just a wording issue. I thought that it was a little bit more professional than before. Basically the same words, just kind of different order.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Declare the motion adopted, or the amendment adopted. We proceed to Amendment 11, offered by, it's all the first names, by Delegate Wong of OUSA. And trainer is assigned. Thank you. Would the mover like to speak to it?
Sure. It's just to streamline and clarify what we're trying to recommend. No further comments.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 11? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Motion carries. The amendment is adopted. We move on to Amendment 12, offered by Delegate Trainer. Do we have a sufficient second? We do. Delegate Wong of OUSA.
The rationale behind this was instead of saying find, locate, and access, I believe would be more appropriate. For example, when we think of seasonality and weather and how sometimes not all accessible parking spaces are accessed appropriately. For example, they can get checked, which is why I wanted to amend to read this.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 12? All those opposed? And we now proceed to Amendment 12.5. If you're following along, offered by delegates who is Josh from AMS.
Yeah, I go by Berg, because this is my one, so.
Delegate Berg. Do we have a second? Delegate Dova. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, it's just a grammatical thing for the word further. I think not all disabled students are financially burdened, so having the word further seems hard, just getting that.
Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 12.5? All those opposed? All right. Amendment 12.5 is passed. We move on to Amendment 13, offered by Delegate Trainer and seconded by Delegate Sharma. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
As we speak to the motion, for context as well, This one is referring to C1 and C2, which if you check Amendment 14, it also involves this concern. Essentially, the rationale behind this concern was combining C1 and C2 since they were similar design functions, principles, and elements that usually create students from accessing their campus institutions. I thought it would be better to merge these concerns. Thank you.
I was just checking whether people on the other side could hear.
Oh, yeah.
Good. Delegate Elizabeth Long.
Office is actually not in favor of having this concern. I would like to see my time to run.
Microphone. Oh, sorry.
Hello, is it working? Okay, so I mean, ultimately, unfortunately, I think like universal design is a very broad concept, that often, like, it assumes, that disability is some, like, kind of one-size-fits-all, problem. And while there are, certainly disabilities that are more prevalent than others, universal design, operating orders, really what groups including, people with visual impairments, people, nights even, I mean, like, often need social design, for example. Things are made higher for people who, may be wheelchairs, things like that. Ultimately makes it harder for people who may be, shorter, you know what I mean? Like, so I personally, I'm against the idea of adding, universal design into any language in the paper. I think ultimately it's a better, it better be specific about what type of disability we're dealing with. And I also will see this, concern being that very beneficial to the session.
You are Amendment 13. Thank you. Good use of point of privilege. Amendment 13. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendments? Seeing none, we will move to voting. Those in favor of Amendment 13, please raise your placards. Those opposed to Amendment 13? The chair votes have it, and the motion is rejected. We move on to motion 14, offered by the same delegates. We have a seconder. Delegate Bellanova. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
I would not.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise the placards. All those opposed, please raise the placards. The chair notes have it, and the motion to amend is rejected. We move on to Amendment 15, offered by Delegate Trainer, seconded by Delegate Emo. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
I believe the more appropriate way of addressing existing accessibility infrastructure was also including the idea of aging infrastructure. For example, it adds more scope to when we discuss different institutions and different spaces that students are accessing currently on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 15? All those opposed to Amendment 15? The chair guys have it, and the motion is adopted. Moving on to Amendment 16, offered by Delegates Hall. Natalie, thank you. And seconded by Delegate Hall. Would the mover like to speak?
This one's basically just a wording issue, an accessibility barrier.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? All right, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? The motion passes. We move to Amendment 17, offered by Delegate Tremblay, I believe. Is there a seconder? There does not appear. Delegate Ahad. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. This is just rewording a little bit to make it more, I don't know, concise, not concise, because it's the same thing, to make it more clear.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Delegate Delavedova.
I just like to have, I think it's a really good change too, because it also leaves a little more flexibility for more ideas. So I really like that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of amendment 17? All those opposed? The motion carries. And we proceed to amendment 18, offered by moved by Delegate Charlton, seconded by Delegate Burr. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yes, sorry. There was multiple comments on this one, about like what programs and what do we mean by that, so, I don't think the original principle was all that strong. We found a way to try to strengthen that.
Are there any other comments on the amendments? Delegate Tremblay?
Just quickly highlight this, I think it's a good change.
Just a question, does programming like include programs? Like, is that the intent, or do we have that somewhere in the glossary?
It's a question. Would the mover like to speak to that?
I'm sure we'll be able to answer this.
So I think the intent of the program is more like tennis programs, like local heat and orientation programs, not actual academic programs, but we will note that to make sure we do that in the glossary and context.
Welcome to Body Text Edition. Delegate Delavedova would like to continue the speaking turn.
Sorry, so was that the intent of the original principle? So I don't know who the author was, but I see the author.
Please.
I think that this is absolutely the intent. I actually love Carly's change because we didn't think that principle was that strong, but we weren't sure how to reword that sentence. So we actually really appreciate it. I think it strengthens that star. And it is absolutely has the same intent, and it's even better.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yes.
Just very quickly, thank you. Also, I don't want to send any shade over there, but I didn't think this one was very strong. To be honest, I have like 3 amendments in this because I spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out how this was supposed to be like a fleshed out principle, so congratulations.
Alright, any further commentary? Seeing none, we will move amendment 18 to a vote. All those in favor of amendment 18, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Amendment 18 passes. Move on to amendment 19. Jazzy, thank you.
Yeah, so honestly, the concern to me felt a little, like I just decided to strengthen it a bit and add across institutions, just to kind of be clear about the consistency of it. I kind of found the concern a little bit weak and similar to the second concern, so I also included if authors are able to combine it with the second concern, but if not, then just keep it as responders.
Delegate Emo?
The way the amendment reads makes, at least the way that I'm interpreting it, makes it sound as if like the information provided for summer transition programs needs to be like the same information, implying that it's the same summer transition program, which I don't think makes sense. So I'm going to motion to amend the amendment, say that like the level of information provided.
Could you state your motion with some specificity so that we can get that on the screen?
So just the same thing, except you're adding the words, the level of, yeah.
All right, do you have a sufficient second for the amendment to the amendment? Delegate Sue. We will now hear any commentary on the amendment to the amendment. Delegate Hall.
I'm in support of the amendment to the amendment. I think it just clarifies further what Yasmin was trying to say in her initial amendment. So I think it would strengthen it.
Delegate
Coulter, point of information, what is the amendment to the amendment currently about right now?
That is a very good question. The amendment to the amendment specifically adds the words level of. Essentially, I would assume that this would mean that it's less talking about a binary of information and more talking about a continuum of information.
That is my best interpretation. Are there any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. Those in favor of the amendment to the amendment at level up, and those opposed. Through the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to amend the amendment is adopted. We move back to the speakers list, which is currently empty. E mode, which is the second speaking turn.
Oh, okay.
We're back on amendment 19. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion to amendment 19? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of amendment 19 as amended? All those opposed? The amendment passes. Move on to amendment 20. Yes.
I'd like to mention in a 5-minute recess.
We have a motion to take a 5-minute recess, seconded by Delegate Elizabeth Wong. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, so as we spoke about it, people are getting a little bit restless, so just in the sake of really, why not give some time, people walk around a little bit and refocus.
Was everyone able to hear that? All right, we will move to a vote if there's no further discussion. If there is further discussion, Delegate Andrews, no. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, we will take a 5-minute recess. We will return at So I will, so Amendment 20 is offered by Delegate Page. We have a seconder from Delegate Najati? Yes. Who would like to speak to that?
Yeah, so this is just an inclusivity kind of clarity because we have normal students that have accommodations, have disabilities or don't have recognized disabilities, so.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? All right, call for votes. All those in favor of Amendment 20, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. I declare the amendment carried to receive Amendment 21. Also offered by Delegate LePage. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Charles seconds. Who would like to speak?
Yeah, so this was just a kind of clarity thing as well and strengthen the wording of academic success because it is quite subjective. Basically just verifying that using the broad word.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 21? All those opposed to Amendment 2? Motion 22 offered by Delegate Page, seconded by Delegate Berger. Who would like to speak to the motion? Who would like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so this one is just changing all of the shoulds in this wasn't the section to must. I just felt very strongly.
Is there any other that might be conflict or might change intent? See the time.
I want that I noticed when I read the comment, however, if it does change the author's original intent, or I guess the spirit of what it was trying to say, then I would also be willing to.
Delegate Elizabeth Wong.
Thank you. Authorship team did go through and we are completely fine with this, and we will be supporting.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be added to the speakers list? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 22, please raise your placard. All those opposed, the amendment carries. And we proceed to Amendment 23, offered by Delegate Elizabeth Wong. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Delegate Sharma. Would you like to speak?
I just adjusted it because my own picture, I brought this, so not here right now. So I just took out the addition of students with disabilities because it said twice in it, and that sounds a bit weird. So it's just, it's same intent, exactly the same, just remove that last part.
All right, any further commentary on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The motion carries. The amendment passes. We proceed to Amendment 24, offered by delegates Brody and Kayla from students who did at Laurier. Can I get your last names, please, sir?
Norwich, sorry.
And on.
Delegate Montreal.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
I will. We just thought that adequately didn't really address the concern level that we thought was needed, so we thought sufficient to communicate and inform, strengthen the recommendation.
Is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion? Delegate Delgado.
I'd like to amend the amendment to read post-secondary institutions should sufficiently communicate with and inform students about the range of accessible services available to them. Just a grammar.
Can we have a seconder for that motion? Delegate Hall. Is there any discussion on the adding the word with after communicate? Seeing none, can we have a vote on the amendment to the amendment? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. We move back to the main motion, which is Amendment 24. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to Amendment 24? Delegate Sivic?
Yes.
My question is more so just how does this really apply to the Ontario government? It really says post-secondary institutions and just be directed to maybe the author. Is there a way to reframe this to be more impactful when advocating to the Ontario government, or really just saying this is towards advocating for post-secondary institutions?
That question directed to Delegate Harwich.
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yeah, this recommendation reads as a recommendation to post-secondary institutions and not the Ontario government. If we're passing these policy papers to advocate to the Ontario government, is there some way to reword this to make sure that's the case? Or are we saying that this recommendation is meant to go to Ontario universities?
Delegate Hahn.
Can we add an amendment to the amendment of adding, the provincial government of Ontario should mandate for post-secondary institutions to sufficiently communicate with and enforce.
I'll have you read phrase by phrase, and when the phrase is typed up there, then move on to the next phrase.
The provincial government should mandate for post-secondary institutions to sufficiently communicate with and inform. And then everything else is said.
So there is some striking and there's some adding. The amendment as amended would read like that.
Point of order. I don't think that's what Kayla said. Did you say all or for?
In which section?
Mandate for or mandate all? I think it was mandate for. Okay, sorry, what was that?
I misread.
That was moved by Delegate Hahn. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Natter. Any debate on this amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment to the amendment carries. We return to the main motion. Hopefully that has addressed Delegate Sitch's concerns. Seeing no further.
Sorry, next is going to be more POI.
There's a point of information.
I don't really know where it fits, but that concern comes up in different recommendations in the paper. So should we make that consistent with the rest of the paper, or how would we proceed with that?
I think there's an authorship comment that I will entertain.
Just in terms of concerns that first the recommendation, I think it is okay to have a bit more of an institutional piece of concern, just because it can't really be provincial government facing, if that makes sense. But the recommendation, I think Signature comments around just making sure the search facing is more relevant, just addressing that one comment, that was just.
So Delegate Berger, are you moving to do the parallel every instance of this in the paper, or?
Yeah, okay.
All right. All right, so we move to vote on Amendment 24 as amended, and I do not see anybody else with comments. All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We move on to Amendment 25, offered by Delegate Hall. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Berger. Would they move or would like to speak to the question or the motion?
So I just changed a little bit of the wording of this principle. So the first instance was students who receive as opposed to students on. In receive or who receive is more consistent with social assistance terminology. And I just wanted to clarify for my second amendment within this that students would be financially penalized.
Are there any other comments on the amendment? Seeing none. Okay. Yeah, seeing none. I can't tell if that. Okay, cool. Seeing none, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 25? All those opposed? Declare the motion carried. The amendment is carried, and we move on to Amendment 26, offered by Delegate Elizabeth Wong. Is there a seconder? Delegate, sorry, LePage. Would move the latest motion.
There's just a small change here, so we just changed the word lenders. So the initial word was private lenders. In the initial principle, we're just changing it to private loans because private lenders sounds a bit like loan sharks.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? No? Okay. I keep neglecting to look to my left, so if at some point you lift a placard and I do not notice it, just yell at me. Okay? Thank you. All right, cool. We will move to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 26? All those opposed? All right, that passes. We move on to Amendment 27. Offered by Della Vidova. Do we have a seconder? Delegate Wong Musa. Would mover like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just want to highlight, including short term, there's a couple, depending what level of government you're dealing with in Ontario or institutions, short term can sometimes be separated from temporary disabilities, is my understanding. I'm just definitely not an expert on this one, but that's from reading I was doing on it. So just including that, I think includes all folks, because I don't want to see any students with disabilities being excluded just because we miss terminology.
Delegate Grab.
Yeah, just to add on that, so some forms of like government and depending with province to province, short term is usually 3 months to 6 months of having a disability versus temporary can be anything less than 3 months. Excuse me, sorry, less than 3 months, so.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 27? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 27, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Declare the amendment carried. We will move on to Amendment 28, offered by Delegate Yen, and we will ask for a seconder. Delegate Trainer, would move on to speak to the motion.
No, just what's on the dock. I completely misread the mover. My apologies.
Member with the mover is Civic Marin. The seconder is Trainer. With the mover, like the motion. Apologies. Yes.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Speak to your motion.
Oh, no, this one's on the dock. It's the only time it's slightly into permanent or temporary. I think it should be consistent with the rest of them.
Is there any further commentary on the Amendment 29?
Seeing that, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 29, please raise your placards.
Thank you.
28. I just got all the mixed up. It is 28 that we are voting on. Please raise your placards. Those opposed to 28. I declare that motion 28 adopted. We move on to Amendment 29, offered by Delegate Dom. Is there a seconder? Delegate Wong Rusa. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
No.
All right. Would anybody else like to speak to or against the motion? All right, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. So all those in favor of Amendment 29? All those opposed? Declare the amendment passed. We move on to Amendment 30, offered by Delegate from Delegate Weisenberg. Is there a seconder for the motion? Delegate, okay. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I would like to preface after making this amendment, I did some more research, so I would like to make an amendment to the amendment. To the concern that there are communications